All right, testing, 1, 2, 3. Can you guys let me know if you can hear me? Let me know if you can hear me loud and clear. Test. And everybody on YouTube, let me know if you can hear me. Okay, great. I just need to do something. Nope, not that. Yeah, put that there. Copy. I just started a couple of minutes early. I started a couple minutes early so that um, I can put some stuff in the jumbotron. And let me do the barbecue sauce, which is important. Where is that at? Oh, not that one. Oh yeah, it is this one. Um, JJB BBQ Amazon. Let me just get this link. Copy, paste, reply. Put this in there as well. Okay. And now let me find the judge. All right, who is this? Lisa. Let me send the link to the judge. Copy. Tap on. All right. All right. So the judge should be here shortly. Um, Topic: white supremacy or black stupidity. Now on YouTube, because this is a question I'm gonna pose in the space, because YouTube, I have are black people the permanent bottom class. So we're coming in from that angle. And what did I put? And I put in a jumbotron. Something came out recently in Tennessee. Tennessee is set to prevent local government from studying and dispersing reparations. So we're going to start to see a trend on that, because if the federal government don't act, states like Tennessee, some of the Dixie states, they're going to try to pass laws to even prevent a study. And who's to blame for that? I'm going to say white people, not white supremacy. So today's conversation is breaking down black supremacy or black stupidity. I mean, white supremacy or black stupidity. And some people are going to be upset today. Some people are going to be upset because me personally, I feel as though black people feel that white supremacy or the white man always holding them back. And I look at it, no, there's no excuse today. So another thing I wanted to highlight. We're also going to mention Booker T. Washington. So any of you who are fans or admirers or follow Booker T. Washington teachings, you're going to be upset because, the judge point of view, he feels as though Booker T. Washington was the real enemy. He would have been considered the Al Sharpton of his time. So we're going to touch on that. So this conversation is going to take us down many roads, and I want it to be a good discussion, right? A healthy discussion. Definitely request to come up if you have any questions or statements or pushback or agreements. Anything you want to bring up that is happening in the news today. Um, and hi to everybody on YouTube: Lando, TJ, Miss Choctaw, Band Nation. I know I just said it wrong or whatever. And like I said, we're just waiting for the judge to come up. And I just text him. Lori. Yeah. So everybody, hi everybody on YouTube. But we're on YouTube, not on the real Dana, but Judge Joe Brown on YouTube. Um, anything else? I guess that's it. Lisa, did you want to say something before we get started? Or you just wanted to be the first one up as speaker? Lisa, you could unmute. Can you unmute? Because I really want to do a test. I have my earphones on. Oh, and people, when you come up, don't put nothing in the jumbotron.
How are you doing, Dana? How you
Hi.
doing?
Oh, I'm doing
How you
good.
doing?
Okay. Can you hear me?
Okay. Yes, I can, and you sound loud and clear.
Okay, perfect.
Um, it's mighty funny that you mentioned Booker T. Washington. I do believe that he was from my readings of him, I found that him to be one of the first Boulets, part of the Boulet Club. So, I think that he was. I'm not going to say that he was bad for black people, but I don't think that he was the greatest for black people during the time, depending on where you were.
Mm-hmm.
Because you have to remember, you know what I'm saying, you had two sides. You had the southern side and you had the, you know what I'm saying, the northern. So at the end of the day, depending on where he was and what he was talking about, it all depended on what he was saying. Even Al Sharpton, you know what I'm saying, you could say maybe that was so because back in the 80s, he was speaking a language that we understood. Now we don't even understand what he speaks. He speak foreign. So I think that's my thing with Booker T. Washington. You spoke out of two sides of your mouth until somebody laid some dough at your feet and you got a
Mm.
haircut.
Right.
So, you know what I mean? So I'm not shocked. I'm not surprised because I feel like this is what we do to each other all the time. All the time. And I
Yeah.
give an example. I'm gonna say this. I'm not big on this war that's going on over there in the Middle East or whatever, but I damn sure would tell you that Iran wasn't scared. They wasn't scared. And they said, we'll start this up, but we're not gonna take this stuff no more. And I think that's the area that we're at. And I think we got to call out some of the leaders that, they taught us in the school about. You know what I'm saying? Are you going to speak out about the two sides of his mouth that he spoke out of?
Right.
Are you going to be real with that? Or are we going to just learn about the Booker T. Washington that you said that, you know what I'm saying, laid down a sword? Which one? Because I like to speak out of two.
Right.
So, I'll land my plane here. I like to listen and I'll chime in later on. But like I said, we got to look at our own first.
Yeah, we do. And like I said, this is just a warm up before the judge come on. I see him tweeting, so it's like click the link. Had the Negro.
Hey, what's up, Dana? I want to respond specifically to the Booker T thing. American history, or I'll say white supremacy, or people in a dominant society always put these biracial individuals in a way of genuinely black people who have it on all four corners. And I feel like it does our community a disservice because those type of individuals that have admixtures that are of biracial, they have access to other things that other people in our community may not have, such as resources, such as a network, and a whole list of other things. You could see it with Obama and other biracial people or different people of different makeups. And that's just one of the things that I observed when it specifically come to him, Frederick Douglass, and I can point to a couple of other biracial. Just because they called him a Negro or whatever didn't mean that they gave him special privileges in regards for them to speak for the collective of black people. And it's kind of like a reverse thing of colorism per se, that the lighter the person is, the more that our community feel like we could believe them, unfortunately. And I feel like that's a sad reality that I see with some of our people, you know. So that's just my observation when it comes to that guy.
Yeah. All right. So I see the judge. Let me bring him up as co-host. Let's see. I send you the co-host request, Judge. It should pop up for you to select it. Did you get it?
All right, I copy.
I don't know. It's like a delay with X. Yeah, you was I saw you reposting, retweeting. I'm like, doesn't he know you're supposed to hop on his page?
Well, I couldn't get on. I tried earlier.
Because you were tweeting.
No, it just was early, so I was over enthusiastic about some stuff. I found something interesting. The judge down in Florida ordered the prosecution to unredact some of the things they're saying, and the removal of the redaction reveals some interesting things, such as the collaboration of people where they are going through, we got to find something on him, find anything, we just have to slow him down. And this is
What are you talking about exactly?
In other words, the classified documents trial,
Okay.
stuff that's come out down there today, after the court ordered that some of the redactions be removed and what they're complaining about get disclosed, it's turning out they were actually engaged in efforts to manufacture anything to slow Trump down, so to speak, so he would be tied up.
Okay. Well, that's not today's subject. Today's subject is.
I know, I was just dealing with some of that stuff. I stumbled on it. So before I lose it on Twitter or X, I thought it'd be best to copy it.
Oh, that's why you reposted.
Yes.
Yeah.
People might want to see that. So I apologize. I'm here and wow, we whoop-de-doo.
Glad you're here, because this is your space every Tuesday, even though it's been a few Tuesdays you missed.
Yeah, some things went on. Like last week, somebody cloned my telephone, my cell phone, tried to commit fraud, and they did it remotely. But anyway, what's our topic? WS or BS?
That's a good one.
White supremacy or bullshit, or white supremacy versus black stupidity? What is it? What are we doing to ourselves, and what do we not know, and why don't we know it? All right.
Do you want to start with the definition of white supremacy?
I don't know. What the hell does it mean? People out there all have their ideas. That's
well,
like
what is the official scientific meaning of white supremacy?
There is none. It's just a coined phrase that has taken a lot of attention off of some other things for the last 5-6 years when it became a popular statement. It's like phrases such as misinformation, and I'm looking to see where white supremacy got to have the impact it has now, because it's always been out there. It was said at one time as part of white man's burden, white supremacy in the world. The civilized people of the world owe it to the uncivilized people of the world to domesticate them, this kind of thing. So it's been out there, just like misinformation was a favorite saying of the Nazis back in the late 1920s and early 1930s, and they instituted draconian censorship to protect the German people from misinformation. And it's not too cool. So white supremacy, let's see, I suppose that's supposed to mean white culture manages to find itself supreme size of power, economics, and culture. Now, that is, I think, a fair meaning that you might put on the term. But is it really that?
All right, testing. Can you guys hear me? Let me just do a thumbs up in Twitter in the X space. I just want to make sure you can you hear me, Judge?
I hear you
Okay.
loud and clear.
All right. So can somebody just do a thumbs up so you could? I want to make sure other people could hear me. FBA or Lisa. Okay, Negro, you can hear me. Okay, thank you guys. Thank you so much. All right. All right. So the question that I have though is white supremacy holding Black people back today in 2024?
Somebody jump in. Don't ask
So
me.
I mean, the
Oh,
thing
you
is,
know, I was asking the judge that, but okay, I guess he wants other speakers to jump in, but
yeah, somebody
I
jump
got
on
you. I
in.
mean, the thing about it is, it's a continuum of, effery, if that makes sense. Since 1865, every single decade, the overarching structure has done shit to fuck us up. Let's just be honest. The Freedmen's
lay
Bank.
off the curses because I'm on
I'm
YouTube.
sorry. I got you. My bad. The Freedmen's Bank. When former slaves amassed over $1 million and trusted whites to handle that money. Somebody did a bad investment. That's what they claim. They claim it was a bad investment with the money. Somebody tried to invest in a railroad line or something like that, and it blew the money. That right there took away money that the first cents that former slaves ever got. It took it away, and for generations, it destroyed Black trust in banks. So this right here completely undermine any efforts to collectively come together and form something that would benefit us. 1870s, late 1870s, into Reconstruction. What does that mean? That means that the former Confederates who had this anger against former slaves and everybody who took that terrorism away from them, they had free range to enact terrorism on Black people throughout the South. And we were put in a system of peonage called Jim Crow. And we had to deal with this for a century. During this century, we were gaslit and told we aren't working hard. We're lazy. This is why Black people can't. This is why. Despite what we already know is a devil with his claws all up our backside, and you still had people finger wagging at Black people. You need to work harder. You ain't doing. Shut up. We at war. If you wanna sit here and I'm not talking to nobody in particular, but if you want to sit here, I'm just talking about like the coons. But you got people who have always tried to rationalize their conditions as somebody who's a prisoner of war and try to make it seem like it's something that is not. Before the civil rights movement, there was a survey. During Jim Crow, there was a survey to white Americans. They said, this was during Jim Crow. They asked white people, they said, hey, do Black people have the same opportunities as white people? I believe over 90% of them said yes. In Jim Crow, during Jim Crow. So you're dealing with an insane group of people who don't have the moral compass to ever adjust anything that's benefiting them unless forced to. We as a people have to stop this self-finger wagging. We are at war.
Let me ask you, who are we at war with?
The people who enslaved us. There is, and the thing about America, it's very insidious because we know that the original whites who came here were English, French, but then in the 1830s, you get a bunch of Germans that come over here. And these people aren't accepted into whiteness, but they know that they have to appear to be above the Negro, who at the time was enslaved. Then the Irish people come in. And these people were the worst group of immigrants to ever come into America. They came here and rioted because they were told that your boat ticket to Ellis Island ain't free. You're going to have to put in work in this Civil War if you want this here citizenship. They rioted in New York and damn near burnt the city down. These were the worst group of people to ever come into the United States. But guess who the largest group of whites are today? German and Irish. These aren't even the same white people. And then you get Italians. You get these Johnny-come-latelys in the late 1800s, early 1900s. They come here, they see the system, they learn what happens when you cross the system, hence New Orleans, where they hung out them Italians for doing business with black people. They learned from that. And through that, then they began to say, okay, we can't come here and do business with niggas. We can't do that. We have to go along with this system that's already in place. Eastern Europeans, all up in Chicago. You know, 1919, a lot of those race riots were Eastern Europeans and new arrival European people attacking black people. Wasn't even long-standing white citizens. It was them doing what they thought they needed to do to be accepted by the overarching, long-standing white supremacist system that's held us in bondage for the centuries prior to their arrival. They know what it is. So America, who are these? It's a system of wickedness. Because guess what? Guess what's happening now? Now you got these fourth-tier Americans coming up in here after 1945. And I call them fourth-tier because their grandparents didn't fight for in World War II, Civil War, none of that. So I don't really consider them Americans. But you got these Chinese, got these Asians, these Hispanics. They coming in when shit gets sweet, and they want to come in and tell us just how to do it. And shut up. In Mississippi, white people bought Chinese people into the Delta just to monopolize businesses like grocery stores, laundromats. They bought another ethnic group to undermine black people and stated expressly what their purpose of doing so was.
Wait, are you talking about the Chinese?
The Chinese, it's a book about
Let
the
me
Chinese people.
Okay,
can I just say one thing about the Chinese and the supermarkets? So that with the supermarkets, that started during slavery and right after slavery, to whereas the Chinese during that time that was here, they were the only group that would serve black people. So now when you see a lot of Chinese people in black neighborhoods, that goes all the way back. That's nothing new because that goes all the way back.
That's a buffer class. So they set them up as a buffer. That's my Chinese people.
Okay, let me ask you to do something. Get a DNA test. And I find that a lot of black folk are astonished to find out how much recent Chinese ancestry they have in them. A lot of black folk have more Chinese in them than they do white in them. And that comes from the interbreeding of Chinese coolies after the Civil War and former slave women. So you might be looking at some of your second and third cousins when you see Chinese in the hood.
I would like to say,
I want to ask.
I'm sorry.
I want to say something else too. Let me ask you this: what's the second largest state in the United States?
Population wise, first is California, second is Texas. In terms of land, is also Texas.
Not land. New York is coming in there. All right. Who's the Attorney General for New York?
I don't know. Is it
Letitia James? Okay. It's Letitia James. She's a black female. Let's look at one of the district attorneys for one of the Manhattan boroughs. His name is Bragg. He's a black man. Who's the mayor of New York, the second largest city in America? It's a black man. Let's go down to Fulton County. We've heard Fannie Willis. Who's the district attorney with nobody to answer to? A black woman. Who is the sheriff? A black man. Who is the mayor? A black man. Who is the majority of the county? Fulton County. Black folk. Who is the majority of the town council? Black folk. Who's chairman of the town council? Black folk.
Judge.
And we hear Fannie talking about white supremacy, but she has no one she answers to except herself. Where is the white supremacy in the equation?
When it comes to these black Democratic politicians, they are controlled by the interests of the party who they work for. They have never served the black community, and I don't put onus on them to do that. I don't put onus on them to do that because they said they didn't come in and say they were going to do anything for black people. Black people vote for them because they're black. But the problem is, problem is, these people, again, just more proof of white supremacy. Look at what these white people, they're literally letting these black people run. In LA's not majority black, but they have a black mayor. They're putting black people all throughout these Western, Midwestern, East Coast cities at the top of the line, because guess what the whites are doing now? More proof of white supremacy. They're setting up the reverse Great Migration. The Great Migration was a socially engineered event that ushered millions of black people from the South, from the deep South mostly, into the West Coast, Midwest, and East Coast. That was socially engineered against the will of black people. We just had to chase jobs, and or sometimes it was terrorism in some cases. But the thing about it is now we see all these black mayors who work for this Democratic Party. It's very clear what they're doing. They're making it so difficult for black people to live there that it's triggering a reverse Great Migration to the South. My state, Kentucky, it now has one of the top 10 fastest growing black populations, because that guy Brandon up in Chicago and all these Detroit, those are their black population is shrinking. Those cities that black people fled to in the Great Migration, those mayors are sabotaging the black populations there and forcing them to flee back to the South. So that's just more proof of white supremacy.
Okay, let me ask you this. What do you do about it?
At this point, Judge, I'm going to be real. I'm not trying to kiss no ass. I'm not begging nobody for shit. I've been in my line's been in this country for over 400 years. I'm ready to kick some ass. I'm gonna just be real. I'm not trying to
well, kick
beg
ass
nobody
how?
for shit.
Kick ass how? And then I'm gonna go to Negro. But yeah, kick ass how?
However we got to do it. Make our voice known. They're not just about to keep putting us like pennies in a damn bottle, shaking the bottle. No. We about to stand up. We about to stand firm. We about to control our destiny. I'm not cool with this shit.
Really?
Yes.
What do you mean by
we gonna do what we got to do?
Well, what do you mean by that?
However it is, and I'm not gonna, it is what it is. But all I'm saying is,
I'm
400
not
years.
against us doing what we have to do, but what are we gonna do? We haven't done it yet. That, by the way, is one of our problems. We're the only group in this country that has not either had a foreign war where our kin fought the United States, or an internal war where our kin fought the United States. We've never done that.
As far as
so we have no respect.
Oh no. Seminole War. That was a Negro war. That was
called the Colored Wars in the War Department records. Yes, it was
the Negro War.
It was an intermixture of a lot of escaped slaves and the Seminole Indians, and the whites had a problem in that the escaped slaves who bred, they ran straight up against American law, which says your status as a slave or a free man is determined by the status of your mother. And if your mother was a free Seminole Indian, then that meant you were free and you had no connection with the slave institution. I find it interesting that if you study the Seminole Indian scouts versus what happened with the Buffalo Soldiers, the 9th and 10th Cavalry, the 24th and 25th Infantry, you find an interesting thing. Whereas the black units were completely segregated, the Seminole Indian scouts bivouacked with, bunked with, and habitated with white units because they did not have the onus of having been slaves. Do you see any connection between those two conditions and treatment received?
Even with the Seminoles, we still had our own rebellion set up. There was a guy in St. Louis. He had over 50,000 black people in the network ready for a rebellion a decade before the Civil War. Over 50, he had over 50. He had a network over 50,000 black people training secretly, ready for a rebellion to take our freedom. All throughout the Americas, this was happening. The Civil War, whites did it on their own. It was going to happen eventually. Between the runaways, all that. So with that being said, I mean, we see black people don't just sit in these conditions, perpetually.
Well, what I was going to say is at one point, somewhere around 1840, blacks were 1/3 of the total population of the continental United States who weren't Indian. So it was a pretty big percentage of the population, much larger than it is
I thought
now.
it was just 20%. I thought the highest we got was 20% in the late 1700s.
No, all 38%. And there was all this wide open country from the Mississippi to the Pacific Ocean, and some Native Americans who might have been rather friendly, like they were down in Florida in the Everglades. You're exactly right. That's the Colored Wars, but the United States passed that off in its mind as Indian Wars, and then they got rid of the problem by the Trail of Tears when that bastard Andrew Jackson decided to put all of the half-breed Indians and black folk on the trail and get rid of them and take them to the Oklahoma Territory. I found it interesting.
I want to go to the new Negro. He had his hand up for a minute, and anybody else want to request to come up, do so. And after the new Negro speak, I want to ask a question. It's the question that I posted on YouTube. Go ahead. I'm not the new Negro, the Negro. Sorry.
Yeah, it's all good. It's all love, Dana. Thank you. How's it going, Dana? How's it going, Judge? Good evening. Good
all
afternoon.
Right, young man.
All
right, young man.
Yes, sir. White supremacy or black stupidity. I'll go off the limb and say it's black degeneracy, and black degeneracy it should be equated to white supremacy because this holds us back as a collective. So that's kind of my thought on that. I don't really think it's stupidity. Stupidity is people. You can do things that are stupid, but when you purposely do degenerate behavior to harm our community, I feel like that's the difference. And I think that and it should be highlighted as such.
Okay.
Interesting.
So this is a question, right? This is the question I want to pose. Are black people the permanent bottom class? Because that, so it is part of the discussion of white supremacy / black stupidity or black stupidity. Are black people the permanent bottom class? So Judge, do you want to answer that and elaborate? And then I'll go to Sir Major and Art.
Okay, yes. But what does that mean? We are facing a new situation that has never been encountered in this country, and that is in about somewhere around 12 to 15 years, more likely closer to 12. There will be no majority race in the country. Everybody will be a minority. What does that mean? Now, what does it mean to be a permanent second class instead of number one? Who would you call the number one basketball player? Is he white or is he black? How about baseball player? How about football player? How about fastest man in the world? Is he white or is he black? How about high scoring fighter pilot? Is he black or white? How about highest paid man in syndicated television? Is he black or white, or at least was when they were making big money? So do black folk ever get to the top of anything? Do they get to be on a Supreme Court? Do they get to be in charge of something, but they blow it? Let's take Fannie down there in Fulton County. I know her father, went to school with him for years. undergrad and law school. Fine brother, always could be counted on to be there when it was necessary. He wouldn't take anything from anybody, jack somebody up in a minute. He was staunch down for the cause. Now look at his daughter. What happened? See, we've got all kinds of things that hold back. By the way, look me up in Wikipedia and see what it says about that money thing. You're talking to the person that at one time was the highest paid man in syndicated television, black or white. And all I was doing was not trying to act. I refused to go along with what they wanted me to do. I said people need to understand their responsibilities and accountabilities as adult people, the obligation that they had toward each other and toward the people that depend upon them. No excuses. Get your shit together. And I made more money than any other man in Hollywood in syndication, white or black. And I didn't have to cut any damn corners. California Supreme Court messed up Hollywood because they said I had to be in charge. And if I said it, I could put one of them in jail. Now, they
So
didn't like
are
that,
black
but that
people
was
a
the
permanent
stuff.
bottom class?
And yeah, so what would you call that if you're on top? See, is that bottom class? See, the other thing is Fulton County is Atlanta. That's one of the biggest cities in America, where you've got one of the biggest airports in the United States, an international terminal for huge amounts of traffic. You've got all of these major industries that have located there, all of these businesses that are headquartered there. And you've got a black mayor of most of Atlanta, because there's more than one county that goes in there, but Fulton County is majority black. Got a black mayor, black chief of police, black sheriff, majority black city council, a black district attorney, and most of the judges are black. So, in other words, they run this place, but like the brother pointed out, what are they doing? Is there any excuse for them doing what they do rather than what they ought to do? And what is it that they ought to do? Go cop out and say, okay, I'll front this off and get them to put me in a position where I can just help myself and screw them? Or is it going to be somebody that gets trained up to say, hey, we have to do what we need to do to get our people together. And when we get control of a situation politically where we can dictate the rules, we can control the expenditure of the money, that is the collective money raised by taxes, we do the right thing with it instead of the selfish wrong thing. See, is that part of the problem? Is that what we're looking at? Or is it some white man sitting there saying this is what you're going to do? So anyway.
All right, I want to go to Sir Major, then Art, Brandon, and then I'm gonna swing back to the Negro and FDA.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Dana, for always bringing Judge over here. Judge, thank you for being here. Your time is valuable. Before I get into my submission, I would like to say, Judge, I've been reaching out to you for a long time, and Dana has been hogging you. I don't know if she has a secret contract with you, but how can people contact you if they don't want to go to Dana?
You can't. And what do you want to contact them for?
Because I want to talk to the judge.
No. It don't work like that. Who are you to say?
Judge, how can people contact
you? Who are you for him to give you his personal number? He doesn't know you. I don't even know you.
I didn't say personal number. I said how can people contact
He doesn't do emails.
For other spaces, maybe other topics.
No, honey, you got to come through me.
Well, let me say this. Let me say this. I go through Dana She and I have a long-term relationship. She sort of
But let me
stepdaughter
ask you, Sir Major,
in
what
this
is it
whole
that you
thing.
want? What is it that you want? That you want to hop over and have direct
well,
contact?
it's not really to step over you. It's really to get them in different
For what?
spaces
To do
and
what?
different panels
No,
and things
no,
like that.
no. I can tell you. I'm gonna tell you right now. No. For what? For what purpose? He's not running for mayor. For what?
No, it's not anything to do with political. It's just to get them in
For
different
what?
spaces
For
and
what?
hold
For
different
what?
forums.
He has his
Different
this is
forums, different
no.
topics.
This is his space. He talks about different
No, I
topics.
get it.
So you want to host?
No,
Do
I
you
get
want to
it.
host a space with the judge?
Yeah, I would love
But
to do
no, I'm telling you no. He doesn't do other people's spaces. Now you know what he would do a space. He would do a space with Elon Musk. But he doesn't go on other people's spaces like that. He doesn't even listen to other people's spaces.
Well, that's what I was asking the judge.
But I said
that's what I was
no.
asking him.
But
Here's
go
what
ahead.
the deal is. Let me explain how this works. I am supposed to be retired, but I'm still a very busy person. I've got a tremendous demand schedule, and that includes everything from consulting with detectives, that includes consulting with politicians, that includes some behind the scenes manipulation. And quite frankly, I typically go to bed 4:30 a.m. in the morning. That's when I can get a lot of work done. So I'm a busy man, and I have to have somebody keep an organized calendar for this. So I let Dana and my niece do that. Both of them are full grown women, very mature. They do a good job. And I have learned that sometimes discretion is a very important thing. So I listen to them. Now, you just want me to do some spaces. Now, maybe if you're nice with them, you can talk them into a little collaboration. But you can
I have to keep
find
working
me.
with Dana. Dana's a tough one. I'll
Yeah,
keep working on Dana.
That's part of the idea. And see, still she can be a lady, even though she can be a little rough sometimes around the edge. That's good. So
Is that why
let's
you
work
came
with
up here to
Miss
ask
Dana.
him, or do you want to
No,
contribute to the topic?
I told you I had another question, Dana. You didn't hear
Go
that
ahead.
part.
Okay,
You
let's
wanted
hear
to
the
bark
question.
at me, Dana.
She
Okay.
likes doing that.
No,
I know
Dana
that's
likes
how
I'm
doing
just
that.
surprised at the audacity. I'm
I mean,
shocked at the
I can't ask the
audacity.
man an honest question. I'm a black man. Dana.
I'm
Come
surprised.
on.
No, you ain't asked him a question. You're just saying, how can I come through? How can I get in touch with you and bypass Dana? And so,
Well, because I was making a joke.
no,
because
you
I
were
went
serious
to
though.
you,
But you were serious.
It was a
But
joke.
you
Dana,
meant
you know,
it.
I
But you
contacted
meant
you
it.
a couple
Don't
times
backpedal.
to
Stand
talk to
on
the
your
judge about
square.
something.
And
Then
it's
you know
not
I've
even
asked
that.
you a couple times to
It's
get
not
to the
even
judge.
that. No, you asked me once, but it's not even that.
Well, I've hit the judge up several times too, as well.
It's not even that. It's the fact that he doesn't do other people's spaces. It's a reason behind that, right? That I don't have to talk about it.
Well, that
now,
wasn't made clear. I didn't know, and that's why I was asking, because he is a public figure. I was asking what was the way to contact him. That's really more or less what the question was.
All right, well, go ahead to the topic.
Thank you, Miss Dana, with the data. Damn, y'all got to put the damn on it. Listen, Judge, I have a question. Recently, it came out in the news that Senator Bernie Sanders was accused of raping a young boy 30-something years ago. It was also reported or alleged that he did it underneath duress, that his family was threatened that if you did not rape this boy, that your family would be killed. I wanted to get your take on that. You certainly have been vocal on old past times when things, whether it was related to O.J. Simpson, Dr. King.
Wait, I'm sorry. What
trial.
was it? If it has to do with the R word, I'm on YouTube, so you really can't even say that.
Oh, okay,
yeah,
I'll redact that word. I'm sorry. So I wanted to get your comments on that incident, if you have any.
Okay, I don't know enough about it to make any comment about it. It's not been joined as any kind of official action. So right now, my expertise on what happens when somebody gets charged with something, and nobody's been charged with anything. Some just loose accusations are out there. Now, one remark I will make about this. America says its procedures, its guarantees of rights, its encouragement of free exercise of those rights is an important thing. Sometimes there are collateral consequences to having those rights, and sometimes the collateral consequences are dangerous, but the danger is worth it. If I might make a parallel, we operate our motor vehicles on freeways and we drive 50, 55, 65, 70, 75 miles an hour if we're driving legally based on the speed limit. You lose control at that speed, it's a disaster. You can be killed. That's a collateral consequence of the convenience of being able to operate a motor vehicle at that kind of speed in terms of the convenience of transportation and the geographic area you can access. We put up with those collateral consequences, even though they're dangerous. When we have a system like ours, we have similar consequences, and we put up with them because the rest of what we get out of it is worth the while. So, what we don't sometimes understand is our problems come in because we have these possibilities. And when somebody is accused of an offense, we have a system that articulates its essence as saying it is better for 100 guilty men to go free than one innocent man to be convicted. So there are a lot of people who have done criminal acts, but because they have not disrupted the public peace, dignity, and order of a government, whether it is a state or it is the United States, there is nothing that happens because we don't want an intrusive government that can come in and spy on everybody. Anybody in here watched the Super Bowl? Yes. Anybody been to a Super Bowl party? Yes. Anybody gotten in the Super Bowl pool with the people at the party about the scoring and stuff like that? Well, for most states in the union, that is illegal. So everybody in there has been committing crime. We do it all the time. When we bet on a penny ante poker game, that is penny ante poker game, that's criminal under most states' rules, even Nevada. But we do it freely because we have rights to be free from the wrong kind of search and seizure. You just can't bust in somebody's house. You have to have probable cause. So when you get an accusation like you're talking about, it sounds horrible. But if it has not broken the public peace, dignity, and order, it has not broken the rules, then let it go, because that's just part of the collateral consequences of having a free society, or one that is attempting to be free. It's long-winded, but that's what we would get in law school in the first year, and some professor taking several weeks to get to that point. You got the condensed version. Now, I hope that is responsive to your question.
All right. I want to go to Art and then Brandon, and then I'm gonna swing back to the Negro FBA and then conserving.
Thank you, Judge.
Yeah, white supremacy or black stupidity. I never identified this white supremacy. It seems like a vague boogeyman to me, if I'm being honest. I don't think black stupidity really exists either. I just think that people overlook what blacks can do, because what we can do is not very well marketed. Whether it's marketed by us or other people, it's just not very well marketed. So I don't think either one of those concepts exists in my mind. I will say that if we were to approach the Census Bureau as a harm, as opposed to even classifying us as race, um, and we couldn't even self-identify till 1970, right? So I think if we identify that as a harm and completely get rid of race, it'll force them into a more like ethnographic style of doing it, and we could still go with the whole um, you could claim your ethnicity. I think it tells you a lot more about language, culture, and heritage. I don't think you need race anymore. I think it's particularly to us. I think it harms us more so than anything because there's no way to delineate from um, what we are as a people. I don't want to use the word that Morgan Freeman used, but he used mongrel. Uh, we're mixed. We're not exactly any one group per se. We're just an amalgamation whose ethnogenesis happened in America. And I would also say that if we did go by ethnicity, there would only be one black ethnicity, and that would reside in the ethnogenesis that happened in America. Yoruba Nigerian or an Akan Ghanaian, you know what I mean? Their ethnicity would be clear. And I think it's ethnicizing us to even have race. So if anything, I think if there is some form of stupidity, it's not delineating ourselves to a form where we're different than some of these immigrants that are coming over here. I would really like to see what the data looks like when you just have Black Americans versus these other cultures that come here. It's not to say that these other cultures are bad or not. It's just to say that I would be interested in that data because it does school. And I think that when you have these immigration, I think some of these people they let in are intentional, So like, and I think to some degree, even possibly even the white people might have a similar issue. But um, I guess I can land it there. Another thing I wanted to point out before I landed though is when you talk to uh, paler people, or Germanic people, because that's their ethnicity, and that's been in this country for more than like whose family been in this country for a couple centuries, they tend to be cool with the fact of some kind of uh, uh, reparative situation. Especially if I approach it from a standpoint that why should Black people trust the government that has never proven it's accountable for anything, right? Like it's never been accountable any debt to Black Americans, and so and we can even push it as like restoring accountability, right? Um, Instead, I don't even like the concept of using the word reparations because it comes with a lot of pre-made, predetermined things. I think we pushed it forward as restoring accountability for America from a Black American standpoint, even if it was the absence of taxes for X amount of time, amongst other things. But just to keep it short, I think we should be looking at that as sort of a gateway and sort of leaving these immigrants alone because it seems like these immigrants are the only ones that are against any kind of repair when it comes to us, and that's for any color. Because I've seen some of these Africans being like, "Oh, you guys are not getting reparations," and then like I said, they're pushing back harder than some of these paler people who've been in this country for a couple hundred years, who know the harm, who've seen the harm. And for me, I haven't found one. If you guys find one that's been in there and not an immigrant, like it's even made it back to the 1800s, and they're just against reparations, I haven't found that person. So I just wanted to put that out there. I'll end it there.
Okay, thank you. Oh, Brandon dropped down. You want to say something, Judge, before I get to the next one?
No, I was just going to make a little quick comment saying what we look at is bad depends upon where we are. How many of you have heard of Prussians? Prussia.
Isn't that Russia?
The German army. Prussia.
Oh, I don't.
Prussia. The Prussian Junker. That's the essence of German militarism. Everybody was scared of the Prussian army. The Prussian army whipped the crap out of the French army in 1870. And the Prussian king was crowned Kaiser of a unified Germany in Paris after the Germans had conquered it. Prussia is Germany. The interesting thing is everybody feared the Prussian army. The U.S. Army itself modeled itself on the Prussian army. Then they unified Germany in about 1870. So what goes on that's interesting is that a few hundred years before, Prussians had been considered ideal slaves by the rest of Europe. So here are these badasses who are the most warlike people in Europe, who basically were the officer corps for the German army in World War I and II. They were ideal slaves just a few hundred years before. What's to change? You see, there is this thing about circumstances. So, how did these guys become the most feared army in the world at the turn of the 19th, 20th century? And just a little while before, they were looked at as ideal slaves. See, there's a transition here. Then they switch over to becoming Aryan supermen. What are Aryans? Aryans are supposed to be blonde haired, blue eyed, Aryan nation, Aryan brotherhood, Aryan supermen as per the Nazis. But you see, Aryans do exist. They're just called Indo-Aryans, I-N-D-O hyphen. And what they look like is Vice President Imhoff, Mrs. Kamala Harris hyphen Imhoff is an ideal exemplar of an Indo-Aryan. That's what the Germans were talking about. That's what the Prussians ideated upon when they started talking about Aryan supermen. They just lied about what they are, so a lot of people accepted the lie. You know, tell a lie long enough, loud enough, you can get anybody to believe it, including the liar. And now we think of the Aryans who came from India as coming from the far north, looking completely unlike they do. And they are looked at as heroes by somebody that adopted them. And if we look around now, we see in the woke culture a whole lot of adoptions and appropriations of people that history would suggest had other relationships than the ones we try to give them now. Just an observation.
Okay. I want to go back to the Negro FBA and then conserving and call, and then I want to insert something into the conversation. Go ahead, the Negro.
Hey, how's it going, Dana and everybody? White supremacy or black stupidity. I'm gonna say that we're not a stupid people. I think we make mistakes. You know, we have the most patents, we have the most inventions. So I say that as a collective, we're a very bright group. You know, even more so with technology. I think that we're even more brighter. In some regards. Again, I, I'm leaning more on white supremacy in the guise of saying that there's a lot of things that are out of our control, in which the system and how it's was designed to be weaponized against us. So, because we respond to it in a fashion that might not be traditional, doesn't make us stupid. It makes us victim in a system that was not designed for us.
Yeah, hold on. Okay, go ahead, FBA.
Yeah, I agree with the Negro. In one of my sociology classes, it was, broken down the difference between, native certain Native American tribes and Black Americans and their performance in a system that they were never voluntarily entered into versus people who literally crawled over here to be involved in that system. I think it's kind of asinine to think that our circumstances would ever cross paths as far as having the same like mind. These people fled their country. We were forced here. We were literally drugged over here and changed. So just the whole notion that we just need to get along with some shit, with some stuff that we never agreed upon. That's nonsense. That's nonsense. At this point, we need to do a reset on our own, and we need to check our own record. Corey Holcomb said something real profound one time, a couple of years back. He said, after slavery, that was a couple of 100 years of some BS. Black people collectively in America have never been able to just come together and breathe and say, what the F was that? Like, we've never been able to just come and say, what did we just go through? We were never able to come and collect and get our minds together. Instead, they shot bullets at our feet as soon as we left the farms or the plantations. So, with our people, our circumstances are different, and we shouldn't be compared to somebody who comes here at age 40 with get a whole new credit score, gets to open up a liquor store in a Black neighborhood and put his kids in the best schools. Talk about we work
Well,
hard.
let me ask you this. Wait, let me ask you this real quick, FBA. Well, why can't a Black person do that?
Because Black people did it in the 50s. White people ran expressways through them in urban renewal.
So why can't we do that today?
Because these immigrants they've taken it for one, the 1950s was the beginning of the destruction of the Black community. Okay,
so wait, slow down for a second. So basically, you're saying every decade, every generation, quote unquote, white supremacy come up with something that keep holding us back.
I'll say devils, because when you use the word
well,
devils,
we're not going to call them.
We're
not going to do that. No, we're not going to do that. We're not going to do that. But I'm just answer the question. Are you saying that every decade or every generation, white supremacy, because white supremacy is not just Anglo-Saxon, but are you saying that white supremacy come up with something to hold Black people back?
Yes.
Okay. So that right there, I disagree. I totally disagree. And I wanted to say this to other people comment, but I'm just going to say it real quick right now. That is mentally draining if you were going to lead your life with white supremacy on your brain like that.
Hold on, Dana. Let me put context to all of it. Okay. First of all, urban renewal, all this talk about bootstraps. I don't want to hear none of that. I'm from Louisville, Kentucky. We had Walnut Street. All right. That's where Muhammad Ali, all them grew up at. My people, we owned the speakeasy there called Little Doggies. Fillmore Slim used to come there.
What was it? Who held you back? Anything that you wanted to achieve?
So hold on. So hold on, because one thing that I don't like with these conversations is people like to ignore context. In school, we have a course called history for a reason. It's putting context to the stuff we're going through today. And when it comes to Black Americans, we're told that subject doesn't matter. I don't like that. And when I'm dealing with white people, I don't let them do that. All right, everybody, you got flags from 4,000 years ago from your people, but you're talking about I can't speak on what happened to my granny. Get out my face.
Well, that's in the public school system. So I don't really care if they don't want to teach in a public school system, because I learned my history at home from my parents and my community. So I get what you're saying, because there are things like that is going on in the school system. Our whole public school system is a joke, whether it's trying to ban Black history or not. But that is not their responsibility.
Let me speak on this context real quick from the 1950s, because I think this is
no. Wait 1 second, because I want to move to other speakers. What I'm trying to point out is we're not in 1950 right now. We're in 2024.
Are there any consequences from 1950 or 60 that affect our lives today? Yes, there are.
No,
yes, there are.
Actually, you know what the consequence is? It's
the civil rights
movement. Mind. It's the mind.
That's when we switched from Republican to Democrat as well. It's a lot.
Dana, hold on a second. Let me ask the speaker, what are the consequences as you see them?
Are you talking to me? Okay, I'm okay.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so consequence for one, 1950s. urban renewal, like I said, every city in America had a Negro town, a section of town where all of our economic hubs were at. In Kentucky, the number one hub was Walnut Street. All right. We still got a skyscraper there called River City Bank that got shot up last year by a white supremacist mad at his disgruntled worker. But anyway, that was our Walnut. That was our Black Wall Street. Okay. Due to redlining, it was condemned. And they said, we're gonna tear down. This was the largest economic hub in the state of Kentucky. The University of Louisville stated that if a business in Louisville, Kentucky did not exist on Walnut Street or in a Black neighborhood, it did not exist at all. So for my city and my state, I can speak specifically. They destroyed it. They put a bunch of projects there. They destroyed. So you destroy the economic hub for Black Kentucky, and then you talk about the poverty of Black people, and you make it seem like it's something we did. Okay, that's cool. So you do that. 1960s roll by. You give us welfare because we're impoverished because you destroyed our economic hub. So with that, you put stipulations on this money you give us. All right, my granddaddy will tell you what her daddy told her. Girl, that's free money. They were broke. So that was the stipulation behind these projects that most of us or our parents grew up in. You and your kids can live their mother and children, but you can't have the father there. That's egregious. That when you make that a stipulation, what are you trying to do? You know what that's going to do. That's going to bastardize us. You know that government who's doing this. Why are you doing this to 13% of your population? You just destroyed our businesses last decade. Okay, let's fast forward to the 70s. Those bastardized projects, you put heroin in there. So them bastards are selling heroin and their mama still going around ODing every day. Okay, that don't kill us like that. We still got Black Power, all that. Whoop, whoop, whoop. Let's go to the 80s. You put crack in our community. Nothing hit harder than crack. So the bastardized community that was already effed up from heroin for a decade, now you put crack in there. So now you got a culture of selling crack to each other for money to make ends meet because you're broke. You live in the projects with your mammy. Okay? So that's what's going on throughout the 80s. The whole community is devastated. The Black community, the teacher, the lawyer, the accountant who lives in the Black community at the time, the West End, I can't live next to no crackhead. I got to move to Shively. I got to move to Iroquois. So your best and brightest are leaving the community. And it's nothing but bastards doing the worst shit ever. Let's go to the 90s. You say, these Blacks, we're going to lock them up. So you put dope in there. Now you're going to lock up the bastards and you're going to act like they're the ones who plotted everything rather than using what was available to them to survive. A lot of them, generations of this, their grannies didn't have sense at this point. Their grannies didn't have sense. It's generations of this. Okay? So 1990s, you put a law in place to lock us up at genocidal rates. You bastardize a whole nother generation of Black people in the 90s, and we dealing with them today. Then in the 2000s, you take 80% of our wealth away through the housing market crash. Funny how 13% of the population always gets affected the most. So then what happens with 2010s? You put all this LGBT stuff in our fragmented community. This is a war. This is strategic on the parts of the people who we're fighting against, the whites, for 400 years.
May I ask you a question? May I ask you a question? In political science, there are a few phrases that you should always utter to resolve circumstances like this. One of them is the question, so what? One of them is who gives a damn? And the other one is too bad. So
a leader don't say
with
that.
all of three of the, no, I'm not talking about leader. I'm talking about a political
leader says,
analyst.
hell no, we about to fight back.
Listen. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about when somebody is objectively studying a situation. The question that is to be asked when you look at a people, it may be 1,000 years ago, 400 years ago, right now. The question, since you study history to learn its lessons and apply it to the current, present, to impact favorably the future, you say, so what? What is the meaning of it all? What's the consequence? And the ultimate thing is in the background is this phrase: nobody gives a damn except those who are negatively impacted. And the question comes down to, what are they going to do about it? Because life is not fair. You eat meat? Do you eat meat? Just a question.
No.
Okay, well, I do. I like a steak, but do you think that's fair to the
I'm
cow?
pescatarian, but nah. You know that ancient history. You know
Well,
that. Well, you know that ancient history of the Indians. You know.
yeah, I
Yeah.
know,
You know
but
they.
the bottom
That's
line
terrible.
is it ain't fair to the cow, but nobody gives a damn. The world does not work on the basis of fairness. So when we start talking about fairness, we fall into a trap. The world, history, reality, the planet Earth doesn't give a damn. So when we start talking about fair, we fall into the trap of a conceit that only works between near equals. In other words, if somebody could cut your throat or have a good chance of it or doing you some lethal harm, you tend to have respect for that individual that you might not have if they were somebody weak. You want to go eat something, you go kill it, butcher it, cook it, season it if you would, and eat it. The lion doesn't give a damn if he eats the tribesman. The tribesman doesn't give a damn if he eats the antelope. And the powerful don't care if they apprise the weak. Now, the other question to ask about the whole thing, to perhaps get a proper understanding, is ask, do you have a pet? A cat, dog, parakeet, parrot, fish in a fish bowl? What?
No, sir. I don't believe it's
All
moral.
right. Well, some people have pets. But even if you are a dog lover, let's say, the dog, even though it might be your sterling companion, you go everywhere with the dog rides in the car with you, comes in the house, lays on the carpet, you feed him, take him to the vet, get him trimmed, get him a bath when he's supposed to be, brush his hair, get his uh, claws, nails trimmed, but it's not looked at as fully human. You go to a zoo and we marvel over chimpanzees and gorillas. Well, see, some people on the planet Earth look at African apes, gorillas, chimpanzees, and Negroes. And Negroes are not fully human to them. So they say, well, we have to be kind to animals. We have $15 a month, $19 a month, the World Wildlife Fund, $19 a month to the ASPCA, and $19 a month to the Save a Negro Fund. So it's up to us to insinuate ourselves in somebody's conscience as being worthy of respect because we have consequence we can bring to bear. You see, we go out.
We've done that for hundreds of years. We gave them 50,000.
No,
We
we
gave them
have
40,000
no, we have
patents.
no, we have, because we're like wild animals out there that now are endangered and we have to protect them. We have hunting regulations. We have restrictions on bag limits. We have no hunting season and we have hunting season. We protect them. That's what the mainstream does to its Negroes, its African apes. The fascinating, really ones that can talk too, not just do tricks and do signs and look like they're human. They can sound human sometimes. And we don't do anything about it.
All right, stay right there, FBI. I want to go to conserving, then call. Go ahead, conserving.
Hey, Dana, can you hear me?
Yes.
I just had a couple questions for the judge. The first one was I was wondering if he happened to hear Tucker Carlson's interview with Joe Rogan, where Tucker Carlson was kind of insinuating that a lot of the politicians actually have a lot of fear of the intelligence agencies like the FBI and the CIA, sort of implying that these guys might even go to the extent of planting material that's unsavory on people's computers that they can use in order to blackmail others. And then,
Yeah, well, isn't that what happened with Diddy? Why did they only serve a warrant for search on one of his properties in Florida instead of on both of the houses that were on the same lot? Why, when they searched the one on the West Coast and one out of two on the Florida side of things, did they only seize a small cardboard box and a medium sized trash bag full of things? What were they getting? They talked to him. He got on a plane and flew off to an island that has no extradition treaty with the United States. Does it strike you as a bit strange? How about the fact that it is Homeland Security that conducts the search? What does Homeland Security have to do with alleged sex trafficking? Nothing. It deals with immigration, it deals with customs, it deals with border enforcement. We don't have any of that going on right now anyway. Everything's wide open on the South. It deals with natural and man-made disasters, 911s and a tornado type stuff. So what is their jurisdiction? None. The FBI has a jurisdiction on sex trafficking. The FBI originated as an institution to deal with so-called sex trafficking. It originated to set up the Mann Act, which is something most lately R. Kelly got prosecuted under. They wanted black heavyweight champion Jack Johnson because he had a white wife and he used to travel with her white girlfriends as an entourage. So why didn't the FBI serve this? Or is there something else going on? Like maybe what they were doing was retrieving things that could have been subject to blackmailing other people with, and they used it as a search warrant as a convenience so people would escape embarrassment and they say, we got what we needed. Okay, we worked the deal up, go on about your business. Is that what happened? You see, I don't get it. You have probable cause to conduct a search. Somebody's got two houses on the same lot and you only search one of them. That presupposes some information about a certain target. It's not a general search for a general topic, particularly since the general topic has nothing to do with the mandate of the agency in question. See,
Judge, and do you think this is going on like wholesale with all our politicians, or at least the majority of them?
I wouldn't say all of them, but I think some of them have compromised themselves. And I hate to flog a dead horse, but it's got to do with LGBTQIA. That Q stands for questioning or curious, in other words. So there are a lot of politicians that are trying to be part of the initiated new secular religion, went through the initiation rites, i.e., they were curious or questioning, and they did certain things, and now they're not ready to come out of the closet, so it's being held against them. And we do have a new religion. If you want to understand it, think of Buddhism. It's an ancient and honorable religion. I'm not talking about it, but it has no God to it. You can have any God or no God and be a good Buddhist. Same thing with being part of the rainbow, but the rainbow is not predicated upon responsibilities inherent in the condition that you are a social creature and you have duty, honor, obligation, responsibility, accountability, etc. It is you have none. Do whatever you want, no matter who it hurts. You should feel no guilt, no shame, whatever you do. Do what you want to do, even if it's inherently screwed up, messed up, or evil, or just craven and cowardly. So you hate yourself instead of being what you are and proud of it. Like, I'm black and I'm proud. You are ashamed of the fact that you have balls and a dick. So you want to cut them off and be a girl because you weren't satisfied with what your lot was. It's a new religion. You've got acolytes who are zealously trying to promote the religion. They don't care what the consequences are because their new religion is more important to them than anything else. And we just go for it. So, what about the Mossad? You ever heard of the Mossad?
I've
Have
heard
you?
of them.
Okay, that's part of Israeli intelligence. Under the Israeli constitution, the Mossad has a constitutional right to carry out political assassinations. And under Israeli law, the Mossad assassin is given the full protection of the state of Israel. So we don't have that for the CIA, NSA, or anything else. If you go and kill somebody and you get caught, you're on your own. And you get left in jail because they want to get a Brittany Griner, some second rate basketball player, out of a Russian jail in exchange for a merchant of death instead of trading that person's liberty for 15, 20, 100 operatives who've been left to languish. See, it's against the law for Americans to commit assassinations, even in foreign countries. But for Israel, it's not. So, does the hold Israel seem to have on American politics have something to do with some of the elected officials, appointed officials being fearful of being assassinated? And nobody talks about it. See, is that one of the things? There are all kinds of things going in here when you start talking about manifestation of consequence.
And just another follow up on that. There was a congressional testimony that was being given by, I think, Cheryl Atkinson, where she claimed that the FBI was actively putting unsavory material on people's computers, like to blackmail them. Do you think that's something that
Yeah,
happens often also?
it might. I I've experienced and chewed out cops who planted evidence and it wound up in my court. I have tried cases in defense lawyers. I've won the case, and a cop came up to me and said, "I'm glad you did because you were right. We did plant evidence. Wasn't necessary, but we did plant it before we really understood what was going on." That happens all the time. That's human nature. See, just because somebody holds an office does not mean they are exempt from the consequences of their inherent nature. Some people are better people than others. Some people become in the public eye because they really want to do something. Some others are some selfish bastards who just want the opportunity to rip you off. It depends. And unfortunately, we do not have, or perhaps fortunately, we do not have artificial intelligence that will do these things for us. We still have humanity responsible for seeing to its own affairs.
All right. I want to go to call.
Thank you, Dana. Thank you, Judge, for your time and the knowledge that you bring to the space. White supremacy or Black stupidity? Most Blacks would say white supremacy. I don't believe that any group of people is supreme over me, so I would never say white supremacy. A minority of us Black people will call it progressivism. Progressivism been in our community for over 100 years. Woodrow Wilson was the father, I believe, was the father of progressivism. So the Black community has been the canary in the coal mine. And that ideology has brought death, poverty, and destruction to our community. Most people will bring up history to blame and shame. I only bring up history to bring context to the situation so we can identify the cause, identify problems, and then we can come to a solution for our people. So, what is the solution for our people? Education, similar to what we're getting today. We're getting education from this space. We get education from trades, from some can go to college. Education was the key to success. Again, I was born in '59, so that's what was beat down into my brain from my parents. Not only education, but entrepreneurship. That is the key to helping our community. Spaces like this, when we can discuss ideology, it can help us move forward. But if we continue to think it's white supremacy versus a political ideology that's been in our community for over 100 years, and we keep voting for that same political ideology that brings death, poverty, and destruction into our community, we will never get out of this fix that we're in. The good thing about it is white people are now seeing this same progressive machine affecting them also. While they call us, while they say we was complaining and moaning and groaning, now they are feeling the boot on their neck. So how do we get beyond this? Uh, Number one, we has the black community, we need to take over our community. There needs to be an infrastructure change. We have to change the mindset of the people that in our community to go back to the conservative principles that served us best. I like to go back to Booker T. Washington ideology, the fingers, all the fingers working separately, but can always become a fist at needed. So we need to go back to conservative principles. I believe the right of the individual, the right of the individual. I believe the idea of the republic, the government closest to you affects you the most. And then number three, the Constitution is the law of the land. We need to come back to those conservative principles that will help us move beyond what we are experiencing today. So those are the things that I think we should do to take over our community. We must embrace, learn and embrace capitalism. Learn and embrace capitalism. And then number three, we need to begin to elect political allies that have conservative values that will represent us, our people. So those are the few things that I believe that can assist us as a people if we can get rid of this progressivism that's in our urban areas and begin to install conservative principles and go back to those things that our parents, our grandparents that served us well back in the late 1800s, the early 1900s, before we switched from Booker T. Washington over to W. Du Bois and the progressivism boot been on our neck for over 100 years, and we have not been successful. Only a few have been successful, but our community at large has been death, poverty, and destruction. So it's not white supremacy. It's progressivism. It's a classism. It's it is a political ideology, and we must get that out of our neighborhoods, out of our communities, and embrace conservative values, and bring those values back into our families, our homes, our families, our institutions, and our communities. And I'll land it right there.
Well, see, this brings up a problem. There is no way in hell I'd ever follow somebody like Booker T. Washington. In my estimation, the closest modern parallel we have to him is Al Sharpton for the same reasons. You don't like W.E.B. Du Bois, but my generation, where I came from, the people that I hung around with, we thought W.E.B. Du Bois was the individual that needed to be listened to because he's saying where we are right now is not satisfactory. And Booker T was saying, pick up the pail, pick up the mop, be grateful that you have some opportunity. And essentially, in two or three generations, then when white folk feel very impressed by us being good servants, they will allow your great grandchildren an opportunity to do a little better. And W.B. Du Bois, most progressive, you use the word negatively, but let's say most young black folk, and this would be late 1800s, going into the early 1900s, who were trying to do something, were being hamstrung, destroyed, and sold out by Booker T. Washington. And you might want to ask yourself this question: why is it every single large Southern municipality 100 years ago had a Booker T. Washington school of some sort? Why do you think those racist white folk back in the old South, the former Confederacy, where a lot of them had fought for the Confederacy, why do you think they were so anxious to name things after Booker T. Washington? Do you think that would be because he was an effective agent for change and improvement for the black race, or he was a good way to hold them back? You just might want to consider that. Now, I'm not getting into it because both of them have been dead for a long time, or reasonably long time. But I just offer that as a difference in opinion and outlook, and we can't all come together. I don't intend to with everybody because I know they're snitches, they're informants, they're sworn agents and officers of various entities that do not have me and mine um, in in line for good treatment. So I know that there are a lot of people that I once knew well who are now dead, not of old age, not of disease, but because they got slain by this kind of person or because of this kind of person. So I count them enemies. And I know from my experience from back in the 60s and the early 70s, you can't unify with just everybody. You have to weed out the traitors, the corrupt, the pimps, the hustlers, the whores of the movement before you have anybody worth unifying with. But it is a good goal. But just remember, there are people out there who have done things that give them an incentive to turn you in, frame you, as we have been alluding to. Do you think it's possible for people to plant stuff on individuals' computers to set them up? Yes, it's done all the time. Now, I passed
So,
the mic.
Judge, quick question. So, do you think progressivism has served our community?
It depends on what you're calling progressivism. I know from reading 60 some thousand pages of the congressional record more than 50 years ago in an effort to research what was behind the willingness of Congress to pass the Civil Rights Act, amend it, deal with the Voting Rights Act, and the various expansions on those instruments. And out of 60 some thousand pages, we found literally less than five that discussed the civil rights movement. Most all of the rest were discussing the consequence that was being vested on the country by black folk burning down central cities and the economic damage that that was suggesting and the general culture of, shall we say, rebellion that was embracing everybody, white, black, brown, red, yellow, in this country. What you see at Columbia was happening all over the country all the time, every week. You see 180 people in Washington, D.C. in January of 2021, January 6th, and everybody's, oh my God, an insurrection. Give you a little something. Look up on Wikipedia a history of demonstrations and protests in Washington, D.C., and you will find anywhere from 2, 3, 5,000 all the way up to, I think, the largest one that had something to do with a labor thing, 900,000 confirmed attendees. And some of the violence that came out of that, you will see that 180 people 1621 that's being made so much of now is a small blip on the screen. You will see, for example, in 1919 in Washington, D.C., there was almost a week-long uprising where some of the Klan members and white supremacists, if you will, who did not like what the Negroes were doing after they got back from World War I, decided to go lynch a bunch of them in Washington, D.C. It was populated by a large servant class. Well, they started shooting the place up, lynching black folk, and this is in that continuum that led to so-called Black Wall Street in Tulsa, Oklahoma. However, there was one difference. They had an assemblage of black soldiers recently discharged who got weapons from the Pullman car porters who smuggled them in from Baltimore, and the troops who had just gotten out of the trenches got on the roofs of the tenements in DC and started shooting white folk, and more white people died than black folk for a change. So uh, the White House called in the cavalry literally to put down order, which they were finally able to do. So that's one of the few things that happened where black folk got the best of it. But I mean, nothing came out of that. And that was several hundred people got killed and a whole lot, several thousand got wounded or badly injured. So when you talk about 180 people having a demonstration, hell, these folk went down and broke into the Capitol too. So what do you call that? An insurrection? No, that's not what history calls it. You have a situation down there where you had the Veterans March back in the 1930s. They called in General MacArthur to put it down, which he did. You have all kinds of things going on, labor disputes. You've got the anti-war things that happened most recently. You got 300,000 folk down in DC clowning around trying to break stuff up and put bricks and concrete blocks through windows and tearing up the Capitol building. But that's not called an insurrection, but 180 people because we don't pay attention to history. Whoa, here
And
we
and
go.
and that's
Look
my
at
point,
this.
Judge. White people have used the government to oppress black people. We
Really?
so we take our eyes off the ball when we just say white supremacy. We're looking at a government that's being used by white people to subjugate, to oppress a group of people. So instead of going back to white supremacy, let's put it where it's at: progressivism. It is the administrative state being used beyond what the Constitution, which is the law of the land, says how the government should operate. If we would understand the Constitution, which is the law of the land, how it should operate, then we will know what our rights are. Then we will know how to operate in that government and cause that not to take place.
Well, let me point something out to you. They have the Federalist Papers, which were some essays, a lot of them published to influence people to be in favor of ratifying first the Constitution and then the Bill of Rights. The Constitution is not designed to protect people. It's designed to make sure that they are not oppressed and gives them the means to protect themselves. That's what the Second Amendment is about. But we want that abolished in large part from certain quarters because it's frightful to people. So we want to have the government make things safe for us, but other than primal order, which is supposed to be imposed by the people themselves with official agencies available in emergencies or to deal with the nastier aspects of things. It's up to the people. By the way, the police as an entity, as a thing, were not invented until the 1830s, which were 40 some years after the Constitution had been ratified. They were invented in England. We call it today Scotland Yard. and it was brought over as a concept into New England and New York, Boston, New York, such places. And that was in the early 1840s when we got our first police. Before that, we had the sheriff who could deputize people when needed to assist him in dealing with the more troublesome aspects of lawlessness. But the community itself was expected to maintain its own law and order. And it was of paramount importance to people to have that law and order. Now we expect everybody to do it for self, and we talk about defunding the police, but disarming the citizens so there's no way for them to deal with it. We have to get rid of the guns, but there are hundreds of millions of firearms available around the world. There is black market importation. There's smuggling of crates of firearms along with the kilos of some drug or another. It's not going to stop. Plus, with modern technology and 3D printing, if you know what you're doing and you've got the initial investment, you can make every firearm you want. Nobody can do a damn thing about it because you don't even need a forge anymore.
All right.
So it is what it is.
I want to move on to 3 new speakers, and then I'm gonna swing back to previous speakers who have their hand up. So I'm gonna go to Getting and PC, then Brooklyn, and then I'll go back to Art, the Negro, and Conserving. It's yes, Getting. Go ahead.
All right, thank you. Thanks for having me here. Thanks for having me speak. About this thing about Black people being the permanent underclass, I think it's more so like at least how we contribute towards it. Like we do have our own little infighting, which kind of leaves way for us to be manipulated because we're so busy going at it with each other. But I've kind of heard other people saying earlier that, like, you know, not seeing ourselves as victims and getting ourselves out of victim mentality. I think that that's actually completely incorrect. And as a matter of fact, we are victims, and the fact that we don't see ourselves as victims is one of the major ways in which the United States is able to constantly enact its injustice towards us. Because the way that I see it is that you have people who, like, you know, have a big brother or so, or a big sister. They go and they tell their big sister that they're being bullied. And then that big sister, big brother comes and then, you know, does some street justice or some street cleaning. The thing is that every other group in this country does the same thing. If they don't like Black people, they'll go to their big brother government and say, "Hey, I don't like them because they did this to me. So can we get something from them, or can like we beat them up for me or something?" And then they'll go and do it. But as far as Black Americans, we're always pushed to be the enemies of every single demographic or the boogeyman of every single demographic in order to make sure that we are never seen as victims. They must always make sure that we are seen as perpetrators, never victims, because if you're a victim, you get justice. But if you are a victim, but you're always seen as a perpetrator, you'll never get justice. So I believe that this is what they constantly do to try to uphold that hierarchy to make sure that we do stay at the bottom, at least from a more psychological standpoint, to constantly pump that image. And I believe that once we do, which we already kind of are, as foundational Black Americans, we're kind of getting in our head that we are a victim of white supremacy. And not only are we a victim of white supremacy, we're a victim of anti-Black hate from all types of these groups who use us as a boogeyman in order to go to the government to get them either something good or to come down on us. So I believe that I'm like individually, like person to person, you don't have to be victim minded. However, as a group, as a collective, we are victims of white supremacy. We need to understand that there is nothing wrong with that. And knowing that is what allows us to keep the march on for justice and reparations and stuff like that.
Well, I was
Let
going
me
to say,
let
wait, let me say something before you judge. I totally disagree with what you're saying as far as victims. Granted, there are other groups. A victim is a victim. A group of victims are a group of victims. But the difference between other groups that say they are victims, they actually fight back. They didn't just go to the government and say, "Can I have this because I'm a victim?" and he got it. You have to know how to utilize the system, the political system. You literally have to work together as a group, and you have to push back and demand what is owed to you or what is it that you want. Black Americans do not do that. And that is a fact, because if that was the case, then we would not be at the bottom class the way we are today. There would be more progress in certain areas that we should be progressive towards. Yes, we are owed reparations, but put reparations up there on the list, and there's a whole list of other things that we need to be partaking in, and we're not. So I would never call myself a victim. Excuse me. All Americans right now, you could say, are a victim to the bullshit that this government, the federal government, and on some state levels are doing, right? But as a United States citizen, are we literally going to sit here and allow, the hypocrisy and the unlawfulness that this government is trying to push onto us? Or are you willing to fight back? And as Black people, are you really going to just sit by and say, well, I'm a victim because of this happened, to my people throughout the centuries here in America? So I'm owed something and you should give it to me, and I'm going to march until you get it. Well, marching do not get you restitution or reparations or justice. It's really, and it's not even the barrel of a gun now. It's really your pen. But how do you utilize that? Do you know the science of politics and how to participate in it and how to use it to get what you want? Are you educated in that? I'm talking about you specifically. I'm just talking about in general when it comes to Black Americans. And the more you keep saying that we are a victim, and the more we keep saying white supremacy is the problem, the more subconsciously you're going to behave as a victim. So I would never be a
That's
victim.
right.
Let me ask you a
Sorry.
question. Let me ask you a question.
Yes, sir.
Think back. It's 1874. You are a very affluent white guy. You served in the Civil War. You didn't go overboard. You survived. You got a few scratches. You got grazed by a bullet. You found you had the courage to stand in line and deal with the consequences. But now you decided that you wanted to go out and explore the wild, wild west. So you leave New York City, where you have a nice home in a nice area where you can always get a carriage. People tip their hats when they see you out of respect. But now you're in the wild, wild west, and you're getting to Indian territory, and the Sioux are acting a little crazy out there. And there is this rumored chief called Sitting Bull, and he's getting a little disgruntled, and he's dealing with the ghost dancers and some other people. Now, you're no longer in New York. Do you have need to count on the deference you get in New York when you're on the frontier, or is it hazardous? I would submit it's hazardous, right? The Native Americans, the Indians don't give a damn. They'll take your scalp gladly. So, in the wrong area, you who had it good, lots of respect, people would get out of your way out of deference. You were a war veteran, you'd proven your physical courage, you'd survived, and you had a lot of money. That's where you once were, but now you chose to leave it. Well, there are enclaves where Black folk run the place, like Fulton County, like Chicago, like Washington, D.C., the city itself, not so much the government. So, what winds up happening is you have other places where you might be out in the wild, wild west, and you're driving through the wrong part of Arizona or New Mexico or Nevada, and some highway patrolman said, "Boy, get out that car right now. Who you think you are driving this here fast car?" I mean, it's not likely to happen, but I've been there, seen that, done that. So you're out on the frontier and it's dangerous out there. But that does not mean you're helpless when you get where you're going. So perhaps
Can I
we need to take
let
this
me
in
let me just
perspective.
interject this one thing real quick. Let me just interject this one thing, and then I'm gonna be quiet. You know, and the reason why I kind of want you and anybody else to stop portraying yourself or thinking you are a victim, because even in the midst of it during the civil rights movement, you had these black men with a sign that says, "I am a man." It did not say, "I am a victim." And I teach my son, to never be a victim. You are a man, and that's how you're supposed to conduct yourself. So, and I'll be quiet, but go ahead,
Dana,
Giddy.
what's that movie we were looking at that got taken
The
down into
Banker,
The Banker? It's on
Apple TV.
YouTube and Apple TV.
No, it's
Look at
not
The
on YouTube.
Banker.
It's on Apple TV.
Well, what was that we were looking at? That
That
little
was a
short
clip. That was a
presentation.
summary. That was a
Yeah,
summary
well,
of The
you
Banker.
can look at the
No, just
summary. You
go and
don't
find
have
it.
to
No,
look
no,
at the whole.
stop. Just go watch the movie The Banker, but the whole concept of it.
Yeah, but I'm just making a quick point. If you don't have time to watch the movie on Apple, look at The Banker on YouTube. It is it's only a half hour set of clips from it. It's a true story, and it actually happened. They got to Los Angeles after I did. He was a kid in Texas, in a very racist part of Texas. And he used to shine shoes, and he would listen carefully to the customers, take notes, and he would eavesdrop under the open windows of the bank to figure out how banking operations work. Now, after World War II, he and his wife moved from Texas. This is after he got out the war, and they went to Los Angeles, 1954. I was already there, kid, but I was there. And what wound up happening is he had bright ideas. So he wanted to get into banking. His father told him he was crazy, but he got into banking. So what he wound up doing was he got an Irish guy to front off for him. The Irish guy found out the guy was really fantastic and made money. The guy died, unfortunately, and his wife was a racist, and it went south. But the interesting thing was he was trying to get loans from the bank. He couldn't. So he set up a deal using the Irish guy to buy the bank, the building the bank was in. So the bank had him as a landlord. They had to deal with him and financing his business, which was real estate. He started selling real estate, millions of dollars worth in Los Angeles to black folk who wanted to move on up. And white people couldn't sell to these black folk. He could, so he got white folk working for him. Then he decided to get into banking, which he always wanted. So he wound up buying a bank. Then he bought more banks, and he wound up going to Texas and buying some banks down there. And it was
No, he
funny.
bought real estate
Yeah, well,
in
I know, but
LA.
yeah, I know.
And
He
he
got
bought a bank in Texas that was only
he
allowing white people. So he bought it so
no,
that black
hold on,
people
hold
could
on,
go to the
hold on,
bank.
hold on. He also bought some in L.A. He got a bank in L.A. that I used to bank with, as a matter of fact, when I was in college. So he bought a bank in L.A. Now, he didn't wind up keeping it. He sold it, but he wound up doing mostly real estate in L.A. He got into something in Texas. And one of the things in Los Angeles, just in real estate, this racist white woman got upset that this Ian was hanging around the place. And when LAPD came, he showed them their papers, and lo and behold, he was the landlord. He owned the property. So she got upset that there was an Ian as her landlord. So in one instance, they go through this real weird thing about
Wait, can you
trying.
just do a quicker summary?
I know, but I'm just giving him this thing. So he's going through a real weird thing, and they try to throw him out, and they find he owns the building. Well, they hire a white boy to front off for them, and he winds up doing what they need in order to get what they want. he winds up chickening out, but he gets upset about what he does and he winds up helping them out. So they retire after some misadventures to an island in the Bahamas that they essentially own. So black folk at the height of segregation are able to overcome it by outsmarting it and putting it to its own use and coming up with allies who will help them out in their cause. Now, when you look at it, a message that is applicable to today is the role is reversed. We've got a lot of black folk fronting off for white folk where it used to be the other way around, because now they passed some laws that give, in certain circumstances, a black entrepreneur or a black person advantage over being white. And we have that with Byron Allen most recently trying to buy or get into cable for the benefit of CBS, which had an agreement with Fox that said they could not go on cable unless they went through Fox, unless they went through a minority contractor, Byron Allen. So it's interesting what can be done when a person is cunning, smart, and enterprising and is able to negotiate alliances.
All right,
So
I
look
want to
at
go
that.
back to
Bam.
Getty if he want to reply.
Oh,
Getty.
yeah, I'd like to reply. All right, so I feel that my argument has been taken completely out of context. I said before that not individually, but not only that, but when it comes to actually being seen as a victim, one thing I notice about Black infighting is that we do it so much and we see it so much because we see each other as nothing but perpetrators and never a victim. The only victim that we see is in ourselves, but we never see victims in each other. We never see victimhood outside of ourselves, and it kind of turns us into just being perpetrators of each other, whether it be old versus young, like, oh, you're the perpetrator, or male versus female, y'all the perpetrators, or no matter, or like light skin and dark skin. It's like they're always a perpetrator, but they themselves or they in their own particular demographic is always the victim, but they can't see victimhood in outside of themselves with the brothers that may look a little different than them, or maybe from, a different part of the United States or something. And it's like, or from a different clique or even a different gang. The thing is that when we're not able to see ourselves as a victim, then we're going to keep seeing each other as a perpetrator. It's one or the other. So
No, it's
But
when we
not.
see each
It's
other,
not one another. Why can't you see yourself? Why can't you see yourself as a man that is doing what he has to do for himself and his family and his community? Like, change the narrative. Do you get what I'm
that's
saying?
because I'm able to see how we are being victimized, and then it's like I have to be a man because we are going through this. I have to
see,
stand up
nobody
with this
cares.
because of this.
Nobody cares. The world doesn't
But
care.
we have to care, though. We
No,
are our
but
own people.
why?
We have to care about our people
Why? What you need
because
to do
we're
is
all we got.
organize and say we are going out in Indian country. If we want to settle this place, we're going to have to fight. The Indians are saying if we're going to keep this place and get any respect, we're going to have to fight. Nobody cares about who's the victim.
Do you want to be a
But
See,
victim or do you want to be a warrior?
the thing, the
I
thing
tell
we're
is,
my
talking
son,
about
I always
collectively.
say to my son, because I can't teach him to be a man or whatever. That's his father's job. But I say to my son, you have two choices. You either going to be the wolf or you want to be the lion. That's it. Pick one, because there's nothing else.
but then again, it's like you have much more potential for greatness when you have people behind you. The thing is that whenever it came to war, like often like the women and children were taken and seen as like they were victimized because they were like treasures of war. So it's like we have to stand up for that because we can see them being victimized. If we don't see that, then it's like, oh, I don't care what happened to the children. I don't care what happened to the women. I don't care what happened to the elderly. I don't care. The thing is that if we can't see some semblance of victimization in people, we won't see the necessity for justice. We need to have balance in that. The thing is that it's like we can't just take victimhood completely out of the picture, because then when we do that, there's no need for justice if no one's being victimized. There isn't none. So it's like, what's the point of being a man if there's no one to defend? Like, a man is a protector of his what? His household, his family. But if they're not, if they're not able to be victimized or anything like that, why is that man even there? So what I'm saying is that victimization is not as bad as everyone keep making it out to be. It's just that people don't fully understand victimization, victimhood, and the power that being a victim has, and the turning of justice that it does. And like when we saw what happened to Emmett Till, that's when the civil rights kicked off, because we saw what happened to this victim, this child, and it got stuff going. So if we didn't see him as a victim, no one would have cared. Civil rights wouldn't have kicked off.
The civil rights, your phone was going in and out. The civil rights started before Emmett Till. It just kind of put it in the spot. It put it in the spotlight. And one second. Somebody on YouTube, Liver at Oliver. No, I told my son that, and respectfully, mind your goddamn business. Because I could say that to my son. I could tell him, pick wolf or lion, because there's nothing else.
There you go. Now.
All right. Well, stay right there, Getting, because I know other people been sitting patiently, so you can stay right there, Getting. PC, then Brooklyn, and then I'm gonna swing to Art and the Negro, and then who is this? JX, Immortal, and Guardian. So go ahead, PC.
I pass. Go to Brooklyn.
Okay. Go ahead, Brooklyn.
Hey, shalom to the space. Peace to the space. The judge said something real heavy a minute ago that I don't want to let just kind of get lost in the shuffle. Whenever you see a black figure that they're willing to prop up, that they're willing to name things after, that they're willing to honor and glorify in any way, be very wary of that. And that's directly at anybody that's still naive enough to look up to and admire Martin Luther King. And that's the same reason that they cannot let you believe that Jesus Christ was a black man. They need him to be a soft, moist white boy. Because if you learn the real nigga that he was, the real revolutionary, hardcore brother that he was, that would change everything. But to the question, are black people a permanent bottom class? Only if we continue to believe that the solution to the issues in the black community, that our salvation in this hell is to somehow vote our way out or to somehow be accepted by our oppressor. The white man has let it be known for a long time now exactly what the setup is, exactly how he wants it, exactly the order that will be tolerated. And we are always going to be at the bottom. And as long as we keep trying to find our way out of the bottom politically, it's going to keep being the same story. We get crumbs. And as long as we come back, we're saying that we're okay with the crumbs. But we have not, no matter what progress people want to say has been made in the political realm, it hasn't taken us out of the bottom. So as long as we keep looking to that, we're going to be stuck right there. I'm just going to leave it at that for now.
Perhaps we need to effectively exercise the vote. It doesn't do us any good if one party can always count on the black vote, knowing they don't have to do anything in return because there's a slavish loyalty straight off of a plantation. What do you expect to get out of it? The other party says, we try to talk them into coming over to our side, but they won't, no matter what we try to do or promise to do. So neither party has any incentive to do a damn thing for you.
Perhaps that's a fact.
So perhaps if we occasionally just do what every other single ethnic group in this country's history has done quite a few times, they flop parties and say, no, you're not doing enough. We'll go over to the other side, see if they can do better. But we don't. We get all upset because somebody's saying think about Trump, think about this. No, it's sellout, blah, blah, coon, because you want to deal with not supporting our plantation master. But what you getting out of it? Nothing. And then the other thing is, it's in the 60s. You have to understand people delivered consequences. There were a whole lot of inner cities that got burned down, and not just the black areas either. I remember standing on a slight mound in Los Angeles in August 1965 and just doing a 360 turn, and you couldn't see the sun for the smoke, and there were flames you could see in broad daylight in the darkened skies all around you, completely 360 degrees, because all of central Los Angeles was on fire. And they couldn't afford that. Now, I'm not suggesting, I'm a former judge, I'm not suggesting you go out and do that, but you have to understand their consequences that have to be vested if somebody's going to pay attention to you. Because if you're not doing anything that causes people, forces people to pay attention to you, and you're just relying upon the justice of your cause. I'll tell you, from being involved in delivering justice or getting it delivered for 50 some years, being a victim is not a good status to have.
Which is why a lot of immigrants come here, because they tired of being victims, I guess, and where they're at.
Yeah.
But Brooklyn, was that all you have for now? Because I'm gonna move on to the next one.
Yeah, I'm gonna just add, what the judge said just now is right and on point. But it's hard for us to it's hard for it to be that simple, because what happened after those things went down in the 60s? As soon as any type of strength or any type of radical movement started to rise up, they made sure to infiltrate them, put them down, and condition us to believe that we could succeed with these political crumbs. So it was almost a reaction to any type of consequences. And now every other ethnic group can do these things, can, like you said, flop from party to party, because they're actually demanding something. And they're first building up their community economically. They're already on code. They're already on the same page, at least to some extent. And they're able to make political demands instead of what we've been doing.
All right, thank you. I want to go to a previous speaker, and then I'm gonna get back to the new speakers. Go ahead, Art, and then I'll go to JX, Immortal, Guardian, Boss Lady. The new Negro dropped down. Okay, so go ahead, Art.
Yeah. When people say the last speaker said what we've been doing, what we've been doing are those radical movements that you're talking about. And it to me, like, and this might sound a little harsh, but like, if they're not trying to actively assassinate our leader, they're probably Boule. Those radical Republicans, that's where Boule started. A lot of people don't know that. Look up Sigma Pi Phi. You know what I mean? And then there's a sorority. I just can't think of it off the top of my head too. So that's Republicans were Boule. The Democrats, well, I don't have to go past Obama, right? So you have a long line of Boule. Like the judge said, Booker T. Washington. I would argue Frederick Douglass is a Boule. Who else am I missing?
Are you saying that Boule is bad? I don't why you keep throwing out Boule.
People who are self-interested and will sell out the black community in 5 seconds.
So did Frederick Douglass sell out the black community?
Like, it depends on who you
How
ask.
so?
That's what I'm saying. Like,
how so?
I could put it in
Explain
the
what you're saying.
Jumbotron, a series of it. Like, that's what I'm saying.
No, don't put nothing in the Jumbotron.
I already put it in the purple pill.
We need to hear it. Go ahead.
For me, anybody that works with the same entity that's trying to genocide my people is Boule. If you're willing to work with the same people, because don't forget that it was the Liberty Party and the Free Soil Party that was against slavery. They were the anti-slavery movement. Republicans was the third party that sort of pulled in those two. But it was the Boule class of Republicans or black Republicans that were fine with slave owners getting reparations. That's the same era as Booker T. We want to like. So that's why I'm confused.
No, it's before. It's
So
considerably
yeah,
before.
but I'm saying as far as when you're going back 100 years, it all blends in. But my point is that it never ends well when somebody teams up with the institutional system that already exists. It and you're not fighting against the said system. You know what I mean? The anti-federalists, if they didn't push back on the Constitution, we wouldn't have a Bill of Rights right now. So it's just like if every time you go along to get along with no friction, the people who are already at the top just get more on top. It's not gonna like where's your leverage? Why would they do anything for you? Like
Let me ask you
So
a
are you looking for
question.
morality?
Let me ask you a quick question. Let me ask you a quick question. World War II. Are you familiar with these portraits of Franklin Delano Roosevelt sitting, Winston Churchill sitting, and Joe Stalin sitting, all three of them together? One of them's a communist, one of them's a monarchist, one of them runs a democratic republic. The democratic republic fought the first modern revolution against the monarchy. The other one that the monarchies are scared of is also famous for a modern revolution. They all collaborated to get rid of Tojo, Adolf, and Benito, and they did. And then they fell out and they were back at each other's throats. FDR was dead. Churchill was talking about the Iron Curtain, and Stalin was trying to figure out a way to strangle both sides. So that was an alliance for a purpose. The Romans would form alliances at times with people that otherwise they would try to subdue later. You find this thing goes on all over the world. So is it not, in fact, inescapable to have alliances? The Chinese put it in their proverbs or sayings, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. And that has been a rule since day one. Humans have been reaching out across lines for a long time, all through Europe. You've got 1,500 years worth of made and broken alliances for various purposes. Now you've got the Euro Union. It is quite comparable to what the American Union was, the United States, who came together, the United Nations of America, which is how it's actually meant. So don't these things happen as a matter of course?
I mean, if you say the enemy of my enemy is my friend, then what I'm going to say is which of these enemies are we talking about? Because I think that you're always going to have a more boule styled, and this is within the Black community. You're going to have this boule styled. I'm willing to work with anybody possible, right? And then you're going to have the revolutionary that style person that doesn't want to deal with any of that and is going to constantly be trying to look to gain leverage against the system. And I would argue, as long as until we could find out how those two groups of people within the Black community can work together, we're always going to have this standstill, because you're always just going to have, we're not going to have our full numbers. You're always going to have that split. And you see it back in the day with Malcolm X and Martin Luther King, where there was more of the let's work with the system versus the revolutionary. You know what I mean? Like it's I don't feel like that's ever going to change. I feel like there's always going to be that split in the Black community.
Well, isn't that humanity? That's typical of humanity itself. There's always differences. There are always differences. There are always splits. So isn't that just the nature of the beast, so to speak? And it has to be worked around. Wouldn't that be the
Yeah,
case?
but I think that in this case, that I think it's just eating. We're eating ourselves, because all of our revolutionary leaders end up dropping dead, and all of our boule leaders sell us out. So we're just basically
What
eating ourselves.
revolutionary leaders, who would you classify as revolutionary?
So they all got shot, so it's really. But
No,
Fred
I mean,
Hampton,
even before they got shot.
Fred Hampton,
Fred
Malcolm
Hampton
X.
was a kid. I met him. He wasn't a revolutionary. He was a wannabe after the Panther Party was basically dead because of the infiltration. Started off, I met him, he was a 17-year-old kid. He was trying to get in it. Grown folk got out of it and said there's nothing happening. He got set up with the Chicago Police Department. That wasn't it. Closest thing I'd say to somebody like that would be H. Rap Brown, who actually had an influence on things, and he could talk to 10,000 people in an arena, and everybody's fired up and stuff started happening as soon as he left. Martin Luther King was a preacher. Malcolm X was a preacher. They were religious individuals. They promoted a religion. They nominally advocated peace. They did not advocate religion. Now, the one person that got put in this mix that is supposed to be Boule, Frederick Douglass, actually shot several slave catchers who were trying to get him. He beat up his master and escaped. He toured all through Europe during the Civil War to keep Europe from equipping the South. He organized the 54th Massachusetts Colored Volunteers. Two of his sons were in that unit. He helped set up the preliminaries to the 13th, 14th, and 15th Amendments. He did a lot about getting people behind the Civil War, and he was known to pistol whip somebody. He didn't play. So he was not a nonviolent, peaceful person. So I wouldn't exactly call him Boule in terms of, I think of Boule as somebody that's auditioning for Atlanta Housewives with a big mouth and does little other than try to see who he can kiss up on.
Real quick, wait, Art, real quick. I want to ask you something. Then I'm gonna drop you down because a couple other people want to come up, and I want to move on to other speakers. But you talk about revolutionary people, and all those people that they died, and they died in the 60s or the early the 60s. So, and we're in 2024. Who can you speak to today who is quote unquote is our revolution? Because you need a leader apparently. I don't, but you do, and you want a revolutionary leader. So who would be that revolutionary leader today?
To be very clear, I don't need a leader. Matter of fact, everybody should be a leader. But anybody with revolutionary thought is either outcasted or literally killed. And what also fell off in the 60s and 70s, as you well mentioned, is the work stoppages. And
so then what I think where I'm coming from is like bridge the gap between then and now, because that's then. We're in 2024. So today, what is revolutionary today?
the antithesis to government, however that plays out for you.
Well, don't revolutionaries start to, in fact, do what they do to set up a government?
What do you mean?
In other words, first modern revolution, you were in it right there. Became the United Nations of America, also known as the United States of America. Another one is Russia. It got free from the czars. It staged a revolution. Another one, we're having a primary problem with the People's Republic of China. Mao Zedong engineered a revolution. One we have where the Chinese have signals intelligence stations, Cuba. Fidel Castro and Che Guevara et al., they set up a revolution. You see, all of these places set up revolutions to set up governments. Vietnam is unified because Ho Chi Minh and company set up a revolution to get away from the French and then the American imperialists.
Right. So I think where I'm coming from, and I'm gonna let you get the last word, Art, and then I want you to drop down because somebody else want to come up, and there's no more spaces. For a second, Judge, because it's too much noise in the background. There's no revolution going on today, and if there were, our people, let's just say specifically Black people, will they be too chicken shit to actually be a part of the quote unquote revolution? And I'm just tired of, the diatribe or the talking points of, well, our revolutionaries all died out. That was then, and they knew the risks. Today, You know, you want to call yourself a victim. You want to say white supremacy this. Well, why don't you become a revolutionary? You're not, because you know what happened to the ones in the past. You're too scared for it to happen to you today. But what you don't realize is people like the Malcolm X and everyone that was assassinated or died, or the people who are the unknowns that risk their lives so that we can have the freedoms that we have today, we don't even take advantage of it, because technically, not even technically, the revolution, here's going to say the revolution will not be televised yet. And that's more prevalent today because it's in your mind. We have technology. We're on the matrix right now. So what is the revolution today? And are you willing to sacrifice what needs to be sacrificed in order to get what you want? And this is not even a black thing, because majority of Americans are not. We are pampered poodles. But with zoning in on black people, no, which is why the talking points is stuck in the 60s and earlier on. But we're in 2024. Every other group has progressed. They all have a history wherever they come from or whatever, right? But they are progressing. Yes, that happened. So what are we going to do to make sure it doesn't happen again? What are we going to do to not be at the bottom? That's where the focus needs to be. But I'm going to give you the last word and then ask you to drop down so I can bring you up. And then I'm going to go to New Negro and then ask New Negro to drop down. And then I can get to the new speakers. Go ahead, Art.
Yeah, I think progress is subjective. I don't see America progressing past the initial innovation of the social contract theory. We haven't grown out of that. Government's one of the few things that hasn't changed in centuries. So, I mean, tomato on the progression. I guess that's, like I said, subjective. And as far as revolutionary, I don't mean in action. I mean in thought. The antithesis of the state means you come up with solutions that exist outside of the state. So, and that's a thought process that I don't think we even started to go down that road yet.
But what is the execution? Because you start with a thought, but the thought of what? Just to have a thought, or is it a thought out to have an execution?
Yeah,
You got to execute
it's
it.
generally a thought out to have an execution, like using mutual aid as a defense against control, or using open education as a defense against mind control, right? Like, and so like it's stuff that you implement as a defense as an alternative, really, against the state. You don't have to do public education. We spend $16,000 per child on education. We could virtually pay the parents to stay home with that kind of money. So, and have an open education curriculum. So, and that's just one example of many. But it's more of a fixing the problem without the need of government, and wherever that can be. And it's going to require more of a revolutionary thought. Agorism is the consistent, non-violent revolutionary thought that consistently goes on as an antithesis to the government, or almost like an alternative. Like you have two products to buy instead of one.
Political
thank you, Art.
Political science would dictate that there is no such thing as a nonviolent revolution. But aside from that, unless you're talking about anarchy, where there is no state, no governance, no order, you have to have a state. So you have to have a government, because anytime you get three or more people and they set up rules of interaction with each other, you have a government. So we've got a lot more than three people in any one group. But
I'm going to drop on this, but I do want to give the judge 2 words to Google: decentralized governance as opposed to centralized government. And all
decentralized has been proven a failure in historical context. So there is this thing about, over the last several thousand years, what has worked. Decentralized government is one thing, but there's still a situation that when you have a nation state, you have three entities: the territory, the population that interacts within the territory that is inside a border, and the government that's supposed to facilitate the interaction between the people and the territory, so the resources, mineral, plant, water, climate, whatever, can all be maximized so that the nation state, which is a separate entity, can operate in the context of the world environment. That's politics. That's the definition of a nation.
All right.
And
Thank you. All
okay.
right. Drop down and who with someone. So I want to get to PC. You said Brooklyn could go. So can you drop down because there's other people that want to come up. All right. So I'm gonna go to the new Negro, and then after you new Negro, I want you to drop down so I could bring people up, and then after new Negro, it's going to be JXT, Immortal, Guardian, Boss Lady, Fraternal, in that order. So go ahead, new Negro.
It's the Negro Black Knights, but
I'm
it's all
sorry.
good.
Damn, I swear to God, like you could listen. I'm so sorry. You could get on me for that. Sorry, the Negro. Sorry.
I don't want to disrespect the show or disrupt the platform because it's a much needed conversation. There's a couple of things that I want to highlight. You guys mentioned Malcolm X. Malcolm X specifically about white supremacy has transitioned through the ages and compared it to a Cadillac vehicle. So to say that white supremacy doesn't update or anything of that nature, our ancestors has already spoken upon that. Some people said that they viewed Frederick Douglass as a traitor in some regards. He supported the Chinese Exclusionary Act. He was actually against it, which was against the interests of Black American or freedmen or Negro people at that time frame. That one could say that is a very treasonous move because you see over 150 years later, they want to dismantle affirmative action and do other questionable things in regards to civil rights. So yes, some of these actions and behaviors even transcend beyond the grave. So those are just a couple of the things I just want to highlight because I couldn't, bad connection and other things. But I just want to highlight those two specific things. And it was something else that I wanted to highlight because I put most of the comments in the comment section because I was moving around. There was one more thing. The Chinese exclusionary, the Cadillac, and wait, one more thing. Yes. Okay, this is to you, Judge. It's more or less a question to get more context and understanding. When people say that there's white people in power, I posted up a judge who made a comment towards Second Amendment right, saying that she's not going to uphold it in her courtroom or some crazy stuff where she's looking like a tyrant. Are you meaning judges and Black folks like her, hypothetically, as in Black folks that got quote unquote the power? Because I need to have a context to this, because at the end of the day is I look at white folks are always going to be the issue in regards to Black American people, period. Neely Fuller has discussed it. All our elite, I would say Black scholars, has pointed white supremacy, white people, and the culprits that support that system.
Well,
So
is
to
this
say
judge
anything,
white or Black? Is this judge
she's a Black
discriminating?
judge.
Okay,
She's a Black
so
judge.
does that have anything to do with white people that you've got a Negro female who is trying to disarm the Black population so it is essentially defenseless and entirely dependent upon the vicissitudes of the political situation, the economic situation, and the soon to be vested consequences of illegal border crashing? Do you want that? Is that white supremacy or Black stupidity?
And it's an African
Wait,
woman. Let's not
repeat that.
skip over that.
Oh, she's an
Well,
African woman. Thank you. Wait. Thank you, brother. Then take that off the context. Then I was trying to
well,
specifically find a Black American person to kind of fit the context, but I really am finding hard pressed to find that special magical Negro that fits that description in which you guys are talking about in a white supremacist system. I find it
Fannie
very, very
Willis.
hard pressed.
Fannie Willis, the Black female judge in Georgia that just got removed. She was a brand new judge. The previous judge was getting paid $94,000 a year. She decided she wanted more. There was a discretionary fund that went to the judge's control from handling deaths, birth certificates, probate matters. She handled about 400 cases a year. So she took all of that money and she was getting paid almost $300,000 a year, which was significantly more than the Chief Justice of the Georgia Supreme Court. She thought she was entitled to that. She got removed.
Then what do you, then brother, then Judge, what do you say to the brothers like Joe Olu Stevens? He's a Negro man. He's a person from the lineage that's standing in our interests and standing for us. And you know what the white supremacist system do? They take his law license away. They try to get him off the bench and they
What did
harass
do?
him. They derail.
Is that the one?
The one
in where is he?
That's the one. That was the brother that was in the Midwest. I can't think of what Pacific state he was in, but his name rings bells in the guise of he have done things in the interest of Black American people when it came to self-defense, when it came to standing in the interest of our rights, and he supported us. And because of that, these white supremacists in the government was trying to remove him off the bench. So show me these magical Negroes that you guys are talking about in the system that has more powerful, that's just as powerful as the white man and the white constituents around them.
Is it white versus Black white supremacy? Look what they're trying to do to the very white, very wealthy former president of the United States, Donald Trump, in Florida, Georgia, New York, etc. Does it really have to be about race when you get after somebody who's trying to do something right or do it a traditional way?
It comes to race when it regards to us. We didn't choose that way, but they always implement it against us. And it doesn't matter who the people are. In this system, they're all sound on the Negro. And the more that we understand that and understand the rules of the game and actually come together around that principle, I think that we'll be more better off as a people.
Yeah, but is it really a race thing? Look at who they're putting in charge. They're putting Mammy Fannie Willis. They're putting Mammy Letitia James. They're put Mammy Lightfoot. They put Mammy Fox in charge. So what are they doing?
You got to look at who's it benefiting at the end of the day. It's benefiting white folks. It's not benefiting us.
Okay, and then they got Mammy Harris, Mammy Kamala, or Mammy Cum Queen, or whatever the hell her ass is, the fake Negress. So what are they doing here? See, in other words, like I said, is it white supremacy or white stupidity? They're technically in
Black
a position where they don't have to, Black stupidity.
Well, I'll leave you off with this, with Dr. Francis Quest Wilson. White supremacy likes to play dumb, but they always want to get us to play dumb along with them. I'm just that Negro that's in the field that's not going to play dumb with them.
Why do we have to go play along with them and be dumb?
Well, the thing is, if we're saying that we're not victims when we have a righteous justice claim towards our aggrievement, then I feel like we're doing our disservice towards our own justice claim and to who we are as our people.
But you kind of didn't answer the question, because he said you don't have to play dumb along with them, and so again, if we have our own justice claims, you have Black people who choose to look after themselves, and in order to look after themselves, if they have to destroy or neglect or badger Black Americans their own, they would do so, i.e., for example, Fannie Willis, Letitia James, or what have you. So you can't sit up here and keep blaming somebody white when they offer somebody Black the opportunity to do it, and they choose to do it. So we have to deal with traitors from within. That has nothing to do with white people.
Wait, Dana, it has everything to do with white people when they get their daily bread from these white folks. I hear what you're saying. Yeah, they do. Right? I could go through the politicians in the state of Connecticut that I frequent, and you can look at see who's donating to them from Pfizer and whatnot, who are all white interests businesses, for crying out loud. These are not
Why do
black
they have
small
to take
businesses.
the money? Why do they have to take the money?
Well, they're taking the money because they don't have any other means to run their campaign.
Why do
Nor
they,
do they not
why
have
don't
the
they just depend on the people? There are limits to the amount of money you can get anyway. Why don't they go do something for the people so the people get very enthusiastically behind them?
Well, that's yet to remain. That has yet to be remained to be. It has been seen.
Because black people are not
Brown.
doing that. If
No,
we're just talking about black people specifically. They're not doing that. They're not doing that. It's okay to say that black people in general is not doing their job. They're not participating in the science of politics.
Well, the thing is, they can't participate.
Care. They're not caring enough. They're
Dana,
not donating
that's
enough.
not fair to say that when they don't have
It
the
is
same
fair to say
opportunities.
that.
No, it's
What do you
not. They don't have the
They
same
hold the
opportunities, the
office.
same resources as everybody else. If that was the
They
case,
have
we
them.
wouldn't be complaining about
You
reparations now,
have
would we?
them. Okay, let me give you an example. Shelby County, Tennessee, Memphis. People are complaining about justice is just white. The sheriff is black, he's a male. The chief of police is black, she's a female. The judges in criminal court, 60% of them are black and female. The jury pool is 75% black. The police department is 75% black. The command authority of the police department is black. The command authority of the sheriff's department is black. 75% of the sheriff's deputies are black. The city council is majority black. The board of education is majority black. The county mayor is black. The city mayor is black. The majority of the county commission is black. What the hell more do they need when they control the entire goddamn
Are they surrounded by a white? Are they surrounded by white cities, Mr. Judge? Are they surrounded by white cities?
Wait. Stop, Judge. Stop. What does the white city next door got to do with that black city?
Okay, I'm glad that you asked that because I live in Connecticut, right? And we're only make up. They have a movement called Deseg Connecticut because black people only make up like 10 of the counties out of like 100 and something out of counties in the small state of Connecticut. So the point that I'm getting at is these surrounding towns actually control the resources of predominantly black cities and enclaves, and they actually suck up resources from them. Like, this is stuff that I've seen.
So this is the point. Wait, slow down because I got to move on to the other speakers. But this is the point I'm trying to make. Now, if you have a majority, you saying 10% of black people, but when you have a city that is 80% black, and all of the heads of state in that city, the head officials in that city are black. And then if you go on the state level, right, whether they're a Democrat or whether they're a Republican, which is supposed to be probably the majority of representing your particular city that is run by black people. So the outside cities cannot drain from that particular city when it is operated, controlled, and occupied by majority black. Because you know why? When you do have issues, when you do have low graduation rates, people can't read, or high poverty rate, or whatever, you have to look at the administration sitting in City Hall. And one thing that black people need to start understanding and start doing, you got to start pointing the finger at raggedy ass trifling black people that are in a position of power. These are black people in position of fucking power. And we are too blinded or just too ashamed or too afraid to say that they're fucking us over. And part of the reasons why we don't say anything, because you're too fucking lazy to actually take interest as to what is going on in fucking City Hall. Because majority of people do not get their ass up and go to a city council meeting. You don't. Keep it a buck. If you're not getting up doing your job as a United States citizen, this is for all fucking Americans. You can't sit up here and complain when they're shoving a stick up your ass and fucking
you. Speaking of which,
but I gotta move on to another speaker. I need to go to.
I just have to throw this in very quickly. The 9th congressional district of Tennessee here in Memphis is 92% black. For 19 years, they've had a gay white Jewish congressman who has introduced a premium piece of legislation, one, and that's making it a requirement that the congressional cafeteria use paper straws. Interestingly enough, he's a member of the Black Caucus, and he's chairman of the Black Caucus's Reparations Committee. Now, just digest that about
All right. I want to go on to another speaker. JX, Immortal, Guardian, and I don't see Boss Lady up here anymore. So, and then whoever's the speakers up here, I'm gonna deal with these speakers, and then I'm gonna close out because nobody else isn't requesting, and it's going on 3 hours. So go ahead, JX. Is he still there? JX. JXT. Going
Yeah,
once.
what's going on, guys?
Hello.
Hold on, just give me a second.
All right, I'm gonna go to the next speaker. Immortal, go ahead. Is he still up? Go ahead, Immortal.
Yes, ma'am. So greetings to the host, Dana, and greetings to the Honorable Judge Joe Brown. Greetings to the people. Are Black people the permanent bottom class? Good God Almighty. If our conversations continue to go the way that I've heard this conversation go, if this conversation is to be a judge of it, then yeah, we're permanent bottom class. It's not going to change. It's always going to be this way. So first of all, I just want to clear up a few things. As far as my opinion, I got great respect for the host and the co-host. That don't mean I always agree, and that don't mean that they wrong and I'm right, but I do want to express these ideas. So if you don't know that you're being victimized, then you're going to continue to be victimized. If you have a hang up, if your manhood can't stand the fact that you're being victimized, I've seen people victimized and I've victimized some people. I've been victimized and I done victimized some people. And the ones I victimized, they didn't have a goddamn thing to say about it. I took what I wanted. And it wasn't because they were soft. It wasn't because they were sleeping. It wasn't because they was dumb. It wasn't because of any of that. It's because they wasn't ready. They wasn't ready, period. I put the definition of a victim in the Jumbotron.
Please don't put nothing in the Jumbotron. Just put it down below because people will see it more in the comment section below.
Okay, well, I'm sorry for that. But
you didn't know, but yeah, I'm just saying. So put it down below.
In the future, I'll do just that. But there you have the definition of a victim from the Cambridge Dictionary. So all this, there's no such thing as victimhood. That's a word that was made up to make you complicit or think something other. It's a pejorative term. A victimizer hates their victims. A victimizer, they feel like you got it coming because you didn't do anything about it. You couldn't stop it. Even if you did do something about it, you couldn't stop it. So you had it coming. If you can't stop what I'm doing to you, this is how your victimizers think. If you can't stop what I'm doing to you, then that's what's good. If I can do it, then it's good. So all this, we got to get back to the definitions of words. Stop calling it victim mentality. How can you look at the definition of victim? So how can you have a victim mentality? To me, a victim mentality is not being satisfied with being victimized. That's a victim mentality. You've been victimized and you don't like it. And you're going to do whatever you can to stop it. That's a victim mentality. So let me move on because I keep hearing the argument with this whole and what's called. See, we have to come up with terms to describe what's happening to us. So what I hear a lot of tonight is what they call it, racial showcasing, where you point at, oh, well, look at all these black folks over there. Look, you got a black mayor over there. Look at these black folks doing. That don't mean shit. It means nothing. Every black person you can point to is answering. They came into power not because of black people put them there, because of white people wanted them there. Black people might have voted for them, but they would have never ran a campaign if black people had been charged to pay for it. Okay, so let me give you an example of racial
showcasing. They wanted to do racial showcasing in the prosecutor's office here in St. Louis, Missouri. Said, we'll let Kim Gardner get in there. The people love her. Family got a nursing home, it's a funeral home, been there for generations. So she's from the community. This is somebody the people will trust. Yeah, she went off to them schools. Yeah, she got to hanging around the boule and all that shit, right? So here's somebody that y'all might point to and say, oh, well, she had some power. Well, she didn't have no power, as it turns out, because once she got in the prosecutor's attorney's office, St. Louis City, the top cop in the city, she started seeing that, oh, it's some crooked cops over here. Not only am I looking at their Facebook pages where they openly talk about harming Black people, victimizing Black people, killing Black people, want to kill us, want to plant drugs on us, want to sell drugs to us. A whole criminal enterprise right there in the police department that's bringing her cases. So you know what she did? Being a powerful woman that she was, oh, look at, like y'all keep saying, look at these people in this position. Well, here's what happens when they do something on behalf of Black people. I'm gonna keep this short but y'all can go look this up. She refused to prosecute cases by them crooked cops. And that's when her problem started. And she had all kind of problems, and it came directly from the police union. So they went over her head. The same people that helped put her in there and boosted her up to put her in there, I didn't know who she was till she started running. The same people who boosted her up, put her in there, said, nah, if you don't start prosecuting these cases, we don't care if they is crooked. We put them in there because they are crooked. That's why they've been in the police for so long, because they crooked. So you either gonna prosecute these cases and railroad these Negroes like we've been doing, or you're gonna be ousted. We don't care if you was elected by the people. And look what happened to her. Look what happened to her. She didn't run nothing. She got ousted through Jim Crow laws. They Jim Crowed her out of there. They Jim Crow crowbarred her smooth out. What was the end result? The end result was she was forced out of office, forced to resign. One of the white people in her prosecuting attorney's office was killed. I say he was killed, but he did die in a car accident.
Wait, slow down for a second. Who elected her in the office? The people of St. Louis?
The city. Elected to be the prosecuting attorney.
Wait, who? You was going in and out.
Kim Gardner.
Who elected her? The people of St. Louis? Immortal.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you now.
Okay.
Who elected her?
Our prosecuting attorney is elected. So you know who elected.
Who elected her?
The people of the city elected her.
The city of St. Louis. That's what I'm asking you.
Who else?
Okay, what is the population of Black people in St. Louis? And you need to go somewhere where you have better Wi-Fi service.
Okay. See, this is why.
What is the way that I'm asking you a question? What is the percentage of Black people in St. Louis?
I don't know offhand. Last time I checked, it was something like 40%.
40%. So majority of St. Louis is white. Majority of the voting base are white.
I don't know offhand.
Okay, well, I think you should, because if you know, she was elected and she was having all these issues. So the point you're saying that they propped her up just to they propped her up just so she could go along with the get along game, and when she did not, they got her up out of there. But did Black people vote her in there, or did Black people come together and say, you know what, we want this person to run for this position? Or let's not go there, because if it was corruption, I need you to mute up for a second because it's too much of a feedback. If it is corruption, and this is what I'm saying, the laziness and lack of taking the initiative to do shit. If it's a corruption, because you said a lot. If it's corruption, in that particular department or whatever, and she's having an issue and she's trying to unveil it or whatever the case may be, then why didn't the Black people in St. Louis come together and get like the ALC or the NAACP to come in and to investigate? See, there are other, let me finish. Stop interrupting me and just mute up. I'm going to come to you when I'm finished. So what I'm saying is, if you see corruption, why are you just leaving it up to that one woman? Can you mute
You saying
up?
things that didn't happen.
I'm sorry, you gotta mute, because I don't know where the hell you at. You in a tunnel somewhere and it's too much feedback, Immortal. Let me talk and then you could respond. The point I'm trying to make here is, you cannot sit up here and just think because one person is in this position of power, right? Everything is all good. Because like you said, everyone around her was white. It's only less than 40% of St. Louis are Black. And then they're probably poor or middle class. They probably don't own any industries or own any a lot of major businesses. So again, so then you have to look at it. If you are being a productive citizen, what can we do to make sure someone like her is somewhat protected, or someone from an outside entity can come in and help us unveil this corruption that is going on that level? It is called doing your due diligence, doing your job. Black people don't do that. And I'm going to say it, you do not. You sit on your ass. You may go to the polls and vote, and that's it. You don't vet these, I'm sorry. Yes, it's too much. You got to mute up. You don't vet these politicians or statesmen that's running. You don't invest money in their campaign. You don't even go to the candidates with a goddamn agenda. You're supposed to have an agenda with demands for every candidate running for office for a position, because that's what LGBTQ organization do. That's what immigrants do. That's what every other group, they have a piece of paper with a list of demands and they give it to the candidates and say, what can you do for me if you want my support? We don't do that. And so my thing is, with everything you said, because you said a lot, if we cannot sit up here and point the fingers at our shortcomings, if we can't point the fingers at our shortcomings, then don't put the blame on a white person. That's what I'm saying.
Okay. So now everything that you said, the people in this city did it. If you don't believe me, study the case. Study what happened. Don't sit somewhere outside of St. Louis and say what we didn't do.
No, I just asked you what you did.
I'm telling you, everything that you said we should do, we did all that.
No, you didn't, because you would have said it. You said they kicked her out, and it was nothing that nobody did. Well, what about her? What about her who wanted to do the right thing? You didn't say what the Black people were doing in St. Louis. You didn't even know. Wait a minute, hold on. You didn't even know the percentage of Black voters in fucking St. Louis. So no, please don't come up in here with half-ass information that you probably are just not privy to.
Half-ass information is the person that's talking about what happened here and don't live here. Now I'm telling you what happened.
Honestly, I don't give a fuck that what happened in St. Louis, because I'm not there. You are. You're talking about one Black woman who became prosecutor, and she was not going to be part of the get along gang, and they got her ass up out of there. That's politics, no matter what color you are. What you think, they never did that shit to white people?
Ma'am.
You don't think white people are fucking corrupt? You don't think white people do the same shit to their own?
You didn't do this to the Negro. You didn't do this to any of the other people that came and spoke, and they spoke for at length.
No, yes, I did. We had a dialogue back and forth, but I'm saying that you need to mute up because this is a goddamn echo. But you got the floor. I'm not cutting you off. I'm not saying drop down. I'm not going to a next speaker. So don't give me that victim shit.
Okay,
because you won't have enough airtime just like everybody else.
Everybody, hold on a second. Hold on. How did she lose her office, or has she lost her office?
She refused to prosecute cases from crooked hoes.
That's not what I'm asking. Did she get unelected? Did she get defeated in an election? Did she get removed by a recall? What? How did she lose her position?
Governor and the state.
What do you mean, the governor and the state? What did they?
You know what a governor is, right? You know,
I know. What did they do? Governors can't remove judges just like
go
that generally.
you'll understand
How
me.
did,
You will put
how
on
did the judge get him? How did the prosecutor get removed? What mechanism?
They brought lawsuits against her, criminal charges against her.
Okay, she got charged with criminal offenses.
In the office,
obstruction of justice. Obstruction of justice. Is that what you're saying? Obstruction of an office?
Yes, sir.
Okay, did she get convicted or what happened?
No, because she ended up resigning after someone was killed.
People die all the time. Big shit. Stuff happens. That's part of the game of being alive on the planet Earth. So anyway,
family.
So how did she get out of office? She resigned.
After being forced to resign.
How do you force somebody to resign? Tell me about that. What was done to force her to resign?
Physical threats.
So what? I get them all the time.
Actions.
So what did she do to get forced to resign?
Color of law, lawsuits, and criminal charges.
So did she get found liable in any civil case? Did she get found guilty in any criminal case?
Ongoing. I wish somebody with your knowledge would look into it, and then you could tell me.
I don't. Well, that's the point. I don't know anything about this. I'm curious to see what happened.
Her name is Kim Gardner. She was she was elected prosecuting attorney in St. Louis. And as best as I can understand it, it was a coalition between the governor, the state's attorney, and the police unions, who all got together and used every mechanism inside the law and outside of the law to oust her. Now look at the story, Judge, because I can't give you all the details you're asking for. But
all right, so this is what I'm saying, Immortal, because you're using her as an example. Mute up for a second, Immortal. You're using her. Mute, please, because it's probably a delay. You using her as an example, and you using her as an example is to trying to correlate it with the conversation. And you don't even have all the details. And what I'm saying here is, let me finish. You just said you don't know all the details. You telling the judge to go look it up, but you the one who bring up this fucking story. Why should he look it up when you brought it into the equation? And you're saying because she's a black woman, the white people got her out because she didn't want to be corrupt along with them. So what about her, right? But now the judge is asking you questions. They just can't say, well, because you're not doing corrupt shit, we're going to get you up out of here, especially if you are elected in. There is protocol to that. There are steps that people, can you mute the fuck up? Stop getting off your mic. Let me just finish. You have an echo. I don't know where you at. It already sounds like you're in a tunnel. So don't try to talk when I'm talking. So what I'm saying here is that there's protocol. You don't see. Oh my God, yo! No, we're not.
You're echoing. You're giving up.
Yeah, and it must be. It's probably a delay. So I'm gonna just keep everyone on mute until I'm finished.
Just mute up, and when she gets through talking, unmute. Do that.
Right. So I just muted because it's probably a delay for him to hear it. But the point I'm trying to make here is, you can't sit up here and say, oh, they just got her up out of there. It don't just work like that. You just can't say to a person, yeah, you were elected in, and because you don't want to do the dirty, corrupt shit, we're going to get you up out of here. Like it's a whole bunch of information that's missing. And what I'm saying, if you want to try to use that as an example for this conversation, then that's a wrong example. And that's what I'm saying to Black people, to Black America. When situations on that level happens, it's not just black and white. It is a whole bunch of layers to it that you really have to understand how this system works. Now I'm gonna unmute.
Yeah, well, all that is irrelevant because the point was you pointing out all these people who are allegedly black, and you're saying, what about them? You're saying, what about them? See, black folks got power. What about them? And I'm telling you, they don't. When they don't go along with the system, they get ousted. And you want to know how? Her name is Kim Gardner. It's all over the news for years now, 2-3 years now. She got ousted.
Perhaps if I might offer this perspective, since I'm personally acquainted with some of these individuals, they're not exactly what I would call people of good character. They are thieves. They are willing to cut corners, compromise a lot so they can get personal gain and get rich from a public office, which is not what they got put in there for. They are cowards. They are scared to go out and intermingle with the people. They don't have any ideas. They are ideal bureaucrats in a situation where leadership is demanded. They do not have personal charisma. They do not have the leadership. They do have benefit of some massive commercial sponsorship. I call it that because they do have access to putting out ads. They seem to be favored by the general mainstream media, and the media puts all kinds of favorable things out about them and negative input about the people who are supposed to be affected. You even have a situation, I just ran into it. There was another elected official in Shelby County named Joe Brown, and they put his picture in NBC, ABC, CBS, CNN, and Fox. They ran his picture as the Joe Brown candidate, not mine. And they refused to take my money to run ads. So, what are you doing here?
Right.
You
And I'm
have
about to, oh, I'm sorry.
imposition, that kind of thing happens, but you have to deal with character. See, I don't care whether somebody's white, black, brown, red, or yellow. If they have good character, there is a basis upon which you can deal with them. If they lack character, I don't care what the color is, they're crooks. They're not fit to deal with because you can't trust them. Now, I'll pass the mic.
Go ahead, Immortal. I'll mute. Go ahead.
Okay. So to try to make my point again, you can point out all the black folks you want to. The ones that keep their position are doing what they're told. Period. The ones that don't do what they're told, it don't matter what position they could be the president of the United States. If they don't do what these white folks tell them to do, they're gone. The only reason you're seeing so many black people, and the only reason you have so many people to point to is because of something called racial showcasing.
Let me ask you a question, Immortal. What if you're the black person and you're the top boss, like Fannie Willis? She answers to nobody. So who is the white person she has to answer to?
I'm not talking about Fannie Willis because she's
No,
gonna
no,
do
no,
it.
no, 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 no. No.
But
You
anyway,
said every black
I'm
person
not talking
that
about
are
it.
in these positions has to answer to a white person.
They have to do
So
what they're
who is the white person that Fannie has to answer to?
ones that are putting her in jail now. Is it black
Nobody.
folks in jail? Is it black folks that's going after her?
Yeah.
Or is it white?
Yeah. We've been interviewing some of them. They hate her.
Okay.
Answer my question, but
She's
no.
been stealing money from the county and embezzling it. That's what the citizens are
Answer
saying.
my question, Immortal.
Because
Who
you
is
don't
the white? Answer my question. Who is the white person? If you
situation.
when I'm sorry, because it's you got I don't know why your ass sat up here all this time, and then as soon as your time to talk, Immortal, you want to go roam outside with all that noise. Hold on, let me ask you this question, Immortal. Fannie Willis is the top boss. She's a DA. So you saying black people in these positions always have to answer to a white person. So a DA, who does a black DA has to answer to that's white?
In Missouri, obviously, it's the governor, the police union, and
No,
the
No, they don't.
no,
No, they
no,
don't.
no, they
They
don't.
don't.
No, they do not.
I have a point of view.
They answer to nobody.
I have a point of view. I understand you disagree. Can I have a point of view?
No. You can have a point of view, but it's wrong. We're telling you a fact.
Well, yours is wrong.
It's a difference between your point of view and opinion and a fact.
Sir, your district attorney in your state is, I just looked it up, is a constitutional official. She's answerable to nobody but the citizens.
Well, how did she get out of it? Citizens going to elect her again if she runs. So how did she get put out?
Well, I mean, I don't know. Maybe she did some criminality that you don't know about. Maybe she's not that strong.
Oh, she didn't.
Maybe she's a showpiece. I
She
got
didn't do
elected. I got elected to 16 years worth of term, and I didn't get thrown out. I resigned, and started doing television where I did binding arbitration as per the California Supreme Court. It was enforceable. I could put people in jail. I did that for 15 years. I was over 65. I retired. Now,
All right, one
next
last
thing,
question I want to ask him.
the
Oh,
next
go
thing,
ahead.
hold on. Next thing coming back for this. I had white folk and black folk coming at me all the time because I wouldn't go along with their crooked BS. But I just said, F off. Get me if you can. And
All
I
right, I
stayed
want to
one step ahead. So that's how you work that.
one last question I want to ask him, Mortal. Then I'm going to move on to Guardian. I see 3 people requesting to come up, so I'm going to ask you how you want your time. But my last question to you, Immortal, is
You never let me make a point, so I'm not.
I swear to God, Immortal. Why would your ass go outside?
Very rude. So
Why would you go outside with all that noise? So
I'm inside.
The question I want to ask you, the question I want to ask you is, because you think every black person in a position of power got to answer to the white man, and
you don't get my point because you disagree.
Let me ask you the question, and then you can answer my question and make your point, and then I'm gonna move on to Guardian. Adam Clayton Powell, he did a lot for his constituents, for Black Americans, for this nation, and he stayed in power in his position for decades. So, to your point of having an answer, Adam Clayton Powell, you know what I'm saying? He answered to the people, and he knew how to deal with white people. He didn't take shit from white people. Go ahead.
I know a whole different Adam Clayton Powell than you do. And so you have your opinion about him, and I have mine. So maybe it was my mistake to try to give you a real world example. But the point that I'm trying to make to you is this is a system. A system has been set up to put you as a permanent bottom class. It's not because you're slow. It's not because you're too lazy. It's not. We've been fighting in court since Dred Scott. We've been fighting and killing since Nat Turner. We've been doing politics since Reconstruction, and we had politicians everywhere. Don't tell me we lazy. We had businesses. We had our own baseball league. Businesses everywhere. Don't tell me that we're lazy and we just don't do. Look, Asians don't vote, and they got a whole Asian hate crime bill out of Joe Biden, and they got executive order for economic business empowerment from Trump. He made a whole.
They don't vote. They do vote. They vote on local. They vote federal and local, but they. So the thing is that's a low grade talking point. Asians vote. They vote at a higher percentage on a local than they do on a federal.
Ma'am, there are not enough Asians to make a difference, and they don't vote.
Oh, there are a lot of them.
They vote. That's why they vote at a higher percentage on a local level. Because they live amongst each other, their business are amongst each other. They vote more on a local level because it's more to their advantage.
So how did that translate to the presidency that I just told you about?
Because the people who they vote on a state level, they send them to Congress, and then what they do is they link up with other Asian organizations as a collective throughout the nation, and they push their demands to their congressional congressmen and congresswomen.
No, they pay lobbyists. They pay. They don't vote.
Do that. Yes, they do that too, because you got to have money. Yes.
Stuff you're talking about, they don't vote like you're talking about. It's not in.
So no Asians vote. Okay.
They have the money to pay lobbyists because the federal government props up their businesses.
Just what is the purpose of paying a lobbyist if you're not going to vote for them?
So can I keep making my point? Because I know you're not going to disagree. That's okay. But I need you to convince me about the facts, because you're saying they don't vote. I'm telling you they do vote. They vote on a local level. They vote at a lower percentage on a federal level. You make it seem like they just don't vote at all. They just throw money at candidates. It don't work like that. Oh, okay. Okay, well then we're just dumb, and everybody, all niggas is just stupid, and that's why we're in the position we're in, right? We just dumb.
Well, let me point something out to you.
And so that's why ain't nobody doing nothing to us. We just being victims, right?
Okay,
Or,
hold on a second. Hold
or
on
I
a
can
second.
to my
Hold
point,
on a
because
second. Hold on a second. I know some very hard-working Black people who service things. I also know some very lazy ones. And I try to patronize Black business, but I've had to fire a lot of Black businesses because they wouldn't do the work. I have had much less success getting Black folk who are energetic, enthusiastic about doing what they're doing to get paid. Now, I found some, but I would suggest that we do have a problem with the work ethic. I guess that's cultural because on a slave plantation, you didn't get anything extra for doing a super job. You kind of sort of, since you didn't have a stake in the outcome other than getting fed, clothed, and sheltered and not beaten too bad, you did as little as you could get away with. That's part of the culture. I see it. But we can get past that. It's just we have to have a work ethic where the work, the job becomes uh, a matter of principle. And there are some Black people like that. They're really busted when they go in and do their job. Others don't.
the people who built this country don't have a good enough work ethic.
They don't get shit out of it. They're domestic animals. So the bottom line is they allowed themselves to be operated as domestic animals. They didn't revolt. They had all entire North
Them
American continent from the Atlantic to the Pacific. They could have gone out there and mingled with the Indians. They chose to stay where they were as two-legged domestic cattle.
A lot of us did. Just that, what you're saying. That's why there's so many of us with native ancestry. A lot of us did. Straight left. Left
Well, not enough of us did. I have that native ancestry too.
went
All
to
right, wait 1 second, Immortal. 1 second, Immortal. Mute up for a second, Immortal, because I like when Immortal come up. He was up at the last space, and it's good discussion. But Guardian has been waiting, and Judge, there's 5 people that are requesting to come up, and we've been up
Okay, let
here
them come up.
because we've been up here 3 hours, so I don't know how you are on time.
Oh, I'm not. I'm fine.
All right, so sit there, Immortal. I'm gonna bring up the 5 speakers, and I think I'm gonna have this to be the last 5. And go ahead, Guardian. You have the floor.
Yes, hello. Okay, it's great hearing from you all. I like the discussion. However, I think that both of you all are, you know that analogy about looking at different sides of a hot horse. Like one person might be looking at one end, another person might be looking at another end. Okay, so I believe that all of what you all are saying is fine. Immortal has a point. Okay. Um, in terms of the system being rigged in ways that are not really our favor. I believe that America is still a colonization project. The resources are being fought for, the resources are being denied to certain groups. All right. I myself had a project like I was trying, like I personally wrote out a book with a whole bunch of solutions for our community, and I went about trying to implement them. For example, one of the solutions was to set up some rooftop greenhouse, right, with in New York City. So I had a verbal agreement with a for to set up a massive greenhouse, 9,000 square feet, and this was supposed to would be the way to get Black people back into the food business. I couldn't do it. On YouTube videos, they explain that Black folk are just not getting the opportunities to set up greenhouse on rooftop. Only white people are really getting that opportunity. Whatever it was, whether it's a lack of my charisma or whatever the situation, I was locked out. Then I came to Baltimore. I tried to do something similar here to create economic opportunities. People were just denying spaces and resources and stuff like that. So in order for now getting Black people back into the food business in New York City is significant because Black people are not in it. Hispanics control that thing, right? All the stores in our communities. But there are reasons why those things happen. People are being locked out and so on. Now, if we go the traditional route of politicking, like the way Dana is referencing, right? We may not win that game either because we don't have that money that, for example, the Jewish community has. The Jewish community basically controls America, right? In terms, they get the final say about what's going on because they throw money around. All right. We don't have that money to throw around. So that's not our game. You understand? We have to do something a little bit different. Okay. We have to have our own unique strategy to accomplish the things that we need. I don't think that we can play this traditional game that everybody else is playing. Otherwise, we'll get exactly what Immortal is describing, the situation where we're just getting boxed out here and there. There is a different game that we must play. This is my understanding based on what we see. Okay, and what that game looks like, it's kind of tricky to say. When you look at the Jewish community, right? They have been extremely successful in shaping the America to fit them. Over in New York City, they have their own police station. They have their own courts. They have all sorts of things for themselves, right? And the thing that they do is that they work as a collective and they promote each other tremendously. We don't do that in our black communities. We have something called tribalism. People in our poor communities, everybody's fighting and scrapping for a dollar. You understand? And so this thing kind of like excludes, it kind of really eliminates our ability to function as a collective properly because so many of us are starving for money. You understand? And so we're not really functioning as that collective that we're supposed to be functioning as, right? So what we need to do, I think, is to organize into collective groups, right? Where we do the right things and that will improve our community, okay? If I was to say it, I mean, this won't sound nice at all. I know this won't sound nice. Maybe I shouldn't even say it, but let me just say that we need to operate as a collective group that is interested in furthering our initiative. But our game cannot be the same as the Jewish people's game because they have tons of money to throw at things, right? We have to have our own unique strategy, not the traditional one that is laid out in terms of the political participation that the judge and Dana are really describing. Play that game too, sure. But that's not our forte. It's like we don't have the 3 pointers. We have the slam dunks, right? So we have to figure out what is our game, our unique approach to getting things done. It has to be different. I do not believe that we can have a workable system. And I don't believe we can get the things done going through the system. Okay? I think you're going to always have a dead end. All right. I think that everything we do has to be outside of the system in some way, right? It could be some form of autonomous type of activity, but we cannot function. We cannot do anything in the system because there are too many like predators and stuff like that who are focused on.
Well, can you wait one second? Because you said that operate in the traditional political form that me and the judge is talking about. But what political form do you think that I'm referencing for us to operate? That's number one. And number two, what's wrong? I'm not saying that you have to only work within the system, but that's not the only way. They're different. They're different compartments, but one of the main compartments is the system. When you look at industries, when you look at individuals, when you look at small groups of people, they do utilize the system. That's what it's there for, to use. They just know how to use it. So the first question is, what politics do you think that I was referencing? And then second question I want to ask you, do you have a problem going to a white person for money to get what you need to get started?
Okay. So I think your first question is what system?
You said something to the point that Dana and the judge, the way we politic may be different. But what way did I say I was
Right.
politic? You referenced
Right.
something that the way I'm speaking about how we should operate in
Yeah. So
politics.
what y'all are doing, right? Would is to use the traditional route where people gather themselves and support their person, put money behind them, they run for office, blah blah blah, right? And I'm saying that that's not how we don't have the resources to compete with our opposition when we do that. Okay? Period. So that's not so that's always
May
going to
I
be a dead end. Okay?
may I make may I make an observation?
Sure.
I wound up declaring a political science major, and one of the things that was inherent in that is I was teaching assistant for a visiting professor emeritus who literally was in charge of propaganda at one time for a large foreign government. One of the things I learned is that one of your intended targets for propaganda purposes is a public segment that you can get to think just exactly like I'm hearing tonight. In other words, this is a key to success. You want to propagandize your target public so they think and express their thoughts exactly as I'm hearing tonight. So, what I hear translation is that people think in a fashion that is self defeating. They've been caused to think that way, and it's no problem. They could do what anybody else could if they had a different attitude about their situation. So the propaganda objective is to get them to think they don't. And that has been achieved. I hear it. Not every contributor this evening, but most have expressed things that are sought to be achieved by propaganda. So, welcome to being victimized for real by your own mind.
I hear what you're saying. Let me ask you real quick, right? Do we have the money to compete with other groups in terms of political lobbying? Yes or no?
Yes,
Yes, we do have the
yeah.
money.
You have the means, you have the voting power. We are the ones that are sought to turn the corner on an election. There is no great majority now in this country. In about 12 years max, 15 on the outside, there will be no majority race in America. Everything will have to be coalition politics. We don't realize that, and we've been duped into thinking that we need money when all we need is astute voting. How do you get astute voting? It's like being able to get out of an impoverished situation. You have to do the work necessary, but you have to work smart. And the problem is you keep people impoverished by not encouraging them to find out the secret.
Can we pay?
Now, there are secrets, but those secrets are manageable and they're not difficult. They mostly have to do with how you view yourself and your position vis a vis the world. So, if you thought about your situation with a little bit more confidence, your eyes might be open because you stop blocking certain sites that are right there to see and you just refuse to see them. If they're hiding in plain sight, so to speak.
Can I ask you, do we even have the budget to put our people on the ground and go door to door and educate the people?
Yes. Why do we need a budget for that?
We do need people are not doing it because people are struggling for basic resources and they need to be paid for
Well,
their service.
then that's one of the things that's part of the propaganda to get them to think that way. If you want to do something, what you do is you get people convinced that you have something good and they don't need money. They'll burn the shoe leather because they seek good governance. Do you know how Lyndon Baines Johnson got his start? He got mad when the sheriff shot his dog. So he organized blacks and Hispanics that he had put in a school that he opened up to teach them so they could read and write and get literate. He got his good old redneck male friends, homeboys, to use their pickups to take all of these colored and Mexican folk down to register. And when election day came, he didn't spend half a dime, and he took them to the polls. They voted, and he got his first political office. Then he wound up president of the United States of America eventually. And black folk looked at him as great white daddy in the White House.
It
And they
costs
would,
nothing to canvas.
no,
People don't
it
want to go
doesn't.
out and canvas. It's cheap, it's free, and you're talking about basic old school that gets results. But who goes out and canvas? When's the last
Nah,
time you saw people in a black community go out and canvas?
they don't.
Let me ask you all a
See,
question.
if you want to look, let me give you a hint. Here's something. Everybody, listen. Write this down. If you want to find out who is paying your politicians or any one individual, or which racket has an interest in who, go to this website. It's called followthemoney.org. Run it all together. There are no capitals, they're all small case letters. Followthemoney.org. When you get there, it will be a yellow and maroon site. You have to scroll down it. It'll show you how to enter a person's name, city and county, state, and look up by name, and they will give you a list of all of the people who have been reported, all of the entities who've been reported as contributing to that person. They assemble this, computerize it, and they get it from the necessary reports from the contributors who have to file notice of it if they're corporate. They get it from the candidates themselves who have to file the reports with the state election commissions. You'd be surprised how much money certain people get from the entities that they've been telling their constituents that they are against. Now,
One
follow
more
the
thing, and then
money.org and you can see.
all right, one more thing, and I'm gonna give you the last word, Guardian, and then I have to go to the other speakers. After you, Guardian, I'm gonna go to each Michael Is he still up here? Yeah, Plankton, and who did, and I don't see MF Kush anymore. So it'll be each Michael Plankton and the company and who did. So I just want to say this as well. AOC, when she, when she first when she first got elected when she first got elected into office, she did not have a lot of money. She did not have all the big backing that she has now. How did she win? Canvassing. She went straight old school, knocked on doors. She had very little resources. Her opponent had millions of dollars, and she beat him because she went old school. It's about being resourceful. Now, her ass is turned out, right? But her district in Queens and the Bronx got to deal with that. However, when you talk about, well, we don't have the money, we don't have this, that goes back to that victim mentality. No, where there's a will, there's a way. You could make it happen. You don't. A lot of times, you don't need a whole lot of money to get someone in a local office and build up from there. But you have the last word,
Okay.
Guardian, and then I'm gonna go to
Okay, my
each.
last word is that, I want to believe in those things. I'm in Baltimore City, okay? And I have been with groups that have been trying to get the mayor to do certain things. The mayor turns around and vote in a completely opposite way that's completely unproductive. All kind of nonsense goes on. So I have seen black people engage with, black faces in high places, right? And I'm not seeing any, great beneficial results. So I feel, in case y'all don't know how I feel that like what y'all are talking about and promoting is just advocating for us to hit our head up against a brick wall. All right.
How so? How so? Because well, first of all, I'm not promoting anything. Second of all, I would say this about the spaces that the judge holds that is different from every other space that is held by, let's just say, a black person. We actually talk about solutions. If you didn't catch it, he dropped a whole lot of solutions, a whole lot of knowledge, a whole lot of research. Whether you agree with him or not, The fact is the fact on certain things. He gave you references. Other spaces, you could talk about reparations, and that's all it is. You could argue. It's a shit show sometimes. You got fake ass politicians. Sometimes you turn up. That's all cool. But you're not holding I don't see Black people holding spaces on how to get results, on how to get to the bag, on how to organize. You don't see that. And if you do, it's very little attendance, right? It's good quality content, it's good quality conversation, but it's very little attendance compared to, for example, Mario, he is popping on X, right? But every day at 9 a.m. he holds a crypto space where everybody comes together, and comes together. It's like a coming together of the minds of how to make money. And they always talk about not communicating, networking, linking up with people. When you go to these spaces, follow them, connect with them, connecting with people. But they're talking about how to make fucking money on crypto every day at 9 a.m. So you show me a Black space that's saying, how can we get this candidate or get these votes or get these grants or get this money to do XYZ? You don't see it. So it's not wrong with disagreeing with me. I don't matter. But it's nothing wrong with you even disagreeing with the judge. But what you cannot do is sit up here and say we are fucking victims, right? But you are a victim if you're not doing anything to change your circumstance. If you're not talking about how can we execute, how can we get shit done, you're talking about the problem. You're not talking about getting results to overturn the problem. And that's a fact. And nobody can come up in here and tell me they hold fucking spaces about solutions, because you don't. But that let you land?
Yeah, I mean, I understand what y'all are doing. I would need to be more educated about the political processes and stuff. I've been doing independent activities to get stuff done, and I see all the brick walls that I run into throughout the system. And so, for me, it's like, how I mean, people have been running into brick walls for the last couple hundred years, right? With politics. So this is the reason why I'm saying, is that really a brick wall? Should we really try to figure something else out? But I respect the discussion that you're saying. I respect.
No, I agree with you with the brick walls. But what I have seen, my brick walls have been coming up against other fucking Black people. And the reason why, because I have been participating in the science of politics where I've come from in New Jersey, i.e., by joining up with organizations, right? Because that is the thing to do. When you link up with an organization that sparks your interest, it's so much shit you will learn. And then on the other hand, it's the corrupt shit that they're doing that's really fucking up the people in their community. And you could take that knowledge and you could create your own organization to do the right thing. But you gotta understand, you gotta learn how the shit works.
Okay, thanks. Thanks. I appreciate it.
But it's some fucked up Black people out there.
Say it again. Say it again. Say it again, Dana.
Yeah, some fucked up Black people. One of the fucked up Black people had to
Hold
resign.
on, hold on. Say it again. Say it
No,
again,
one of
Dana. Say it
the
again.
okay, I don't know, it's somebody with their connection, but one of the Black people had to resign from the New York Reparation Board today in New York, Ron James. Old time. You want to talk about boule, old time bullshit. A turncoat? But go ahead, each. And one second, how I know? Because I was part of IBW. I worked on multiple conferences. So I got to sit in the fucking room when the conference are over, when you have those round meetings, and then they say, our number one agenda is to make sure Trump is not elected. And this is back in 2016. And ADOS is a fucking problem. Black people. So go ahead, each.
Okay, thank you for bringing me up. I have a question for the Honorable Judge Joe Brown. I've heard you talk about the mammy this and the mammy that. I would like to know, what is the name for the male equivalent?
Al Sharpton.
Okay, I didn't ask for a person, but I want to
I
know
give you a person
because
so you get the full impact. Al Sharpton, Cory Booker, the
Okay.
mayor of New York, the mayor of Chicago.
No, she wants the
Okay.
derogatory name. What would you call them?
Yeah, because you call the women
Okay,
man.
I'll call you what you want. Punk, punk.
Because we had a black mayor in the city in which I live who could have gone to great heights, but he ripped us all off. And then your candidate that you're going to vote for pardoned him.
Which black person? Is more than one? Let me guess. Kwame. Okay. It's a lot of them
your
out there.
candidate, your criminal candidate, pardoned him.
I don't think he's a criminal. I think what is going on is he's being persecuted by some jackasses that have forgotten that there is a thing called the Bill of Rights and why it exists. And they are cowards. They can't stand up to free and open debate, so they want to suppress free speech. They want to make sure people can't defend themselves, so they get rid of the Second Amendment, and they want to impose a totalitarian system so they can ensure that they're safe even if they're not free, so long as they get benefit of their perversions. Now, I'm not against anybody gay. That's their own damn business. Get your freak on in your bedroom. But I am against this rainbow cult that is a reflection of a new religion that people are trying to impose through its acolytes on the public. Now, that's not right because they're self-hating. They don't like what they are. They want to change things around. They want to destroy the paradigm. And in my opinion, that paradigm has been established for hundreds of thousands of years, millions of years, and it works. So you mess with that paradigm at your peril. Plus, I like girl watching. And I know girls that like to do boy watching, and the whole thing's getting screwed because of the way certain people are trying to ruin the boy girl paradigm. Now, that said, I also know that one of the fast tracks to wealth is through the opportunities for crookedness, deceit, deception, embezzlement, misappropriation of funds that politics presents. And a lot of people are the wrong type of individual who gravitate to that because they see a quick and easy way to wealth. A lot of people go to the political office because they lack the personal charisma and they want to cloak themselves with the authority of an office. They don't work out. They are good bureaucrats, maybe, usually not. They're typically lazy and they're scheming and they're cunning, but they don't do anything for the people and they take a lot of the people's money. They don't deliver anything for the people and they create confusion and they add to the mix of being able to propagandize the public into being self defeating. Now, there.
Now, do you believe that all empires fall?
I don't believe in anything. I have opinions. My opinions are subject to modification based on improved data, analysis, information, or observation.
Okay, well, we'll see after the November election.
And I happen to, by the way, be acquainted with Joe Biden the first time I encountered him, a racist bird, former head of the Klan.
I
And the
agree.
senator was introducing him at this assembly in Dover, Delaware. I think the year was 1972. I was there doing research for a think tank and I was bored to death. And I heard this thing going on outside of the Capitol building, which just happens to be a rundown, ramshackle house about to fall down, which is typical of Delaware. So I went outside, and this fool had a ducktail looking like he was back in 1950 instead of 1972. And he was talking about how he lamented that the slave state of Delaware chickened out and didn't go with the South. And now it's stuck with its niggers who needed to be put in place. He called black men animals who turned the streets into jungles and needed to be put into zoos, and black children animals who turned schools into zoos.
I agree
So
with you, Judge.
he's a
I'm not,
low
I'm
down
not,
scoundrel.
I'm not
So
trying to flex for Joe Biden. I
I
agree with
know
you.
that, but I'm
I've
just
I've
making
been along,
statement
I've
and
been
disclosure.
around, I've been around as long as you. So we've been through a lot of different presidents.
Mm-hmm. I personally think Ronald Reagan is one of the most incompetent because he was senile, if anything, worse so than Joe Biden, but he
I
had more
agree.
form. Biden is a senile scoundrel who's always been a villain his whole damn life. He's a liar and he's a cheat. He got thrown out of school for plagiarizing. He lied about his law career. He had to withdraw from the presidential race in 1988 because he got caught in a plagiaristic moment.
But wait a
And
minute. Wait just a minute, Judge. I want to hear the
wait,
same negatives about that person that you're
I don't have any.
rooting for.
I don't have any. Because
Okay.
I don't see what he's done that is outside of what is typical of male human beings, other than he's been surrounded by some people who played snitch. I don't see anything other than some locker room talk. I don't see any criminality. I don't see anything he's done wrong that he's on trial for in front of Bragg's Circus up in New York. What is it? He bribed Stormy Daniels not to embarrass him. That's called being blackmailed. So some fool has prosecuted the victim of felony of blackmail. I see a corporate entity that didn't fully disclose the payout to her, but they were subject to a court's gag order. So if they had detailed the specifications of the payout, they would have violated that. I see a thing where in New York, when it went around to the civil thing about trying to close down his business, there was not one iota of evidence of wrongdoing. Letitia, well, not, yeah, she ran her big mouth off about what she was talking, thinking was wrong. That pencil neck dork of a judge interjected his opinions without any evidence to substantiate them about the value of what was going on. He did no more than try to criminalize what most homeowners do when they're trying to get a second mortgage and they're arguing with the bank that my house is worth 750,000, not 610,000. And there were no victims. The money that exchanged hands was paid back with the appropriate interest before it was due. So, unlike the federal law, it doesn't require a victim. Down there in Florida, the so-called secrets mess, the case has already been essentially decided by the U.S. Supreme Court in 1988. The case is United States Department of the Navy versus Egan, EGAN. And if you read the multiple concurring of opinions, they say the president may declassify anything he chooses in any fashion he chooses, or he may classify it. When you have an act that requires that he turn things over to archivists, that is unconstitutional. And the case for that one is only 223 years old, 221 years old. The name of it is Marbury versus Madison, which stands for the principle that even though it is an act of Congress, if it is unconstitutional, the president is not bound to follow it.
Okay,
So
but one thing I want to say, Judge, have you or anybody else thought, thinking outside the box, that this might be something that he's orchestrating?
no,
Because
smart man, more power to him. It happens all
he's
the
gonna get a
time.
lot of people on his side because people are gonna feel that he's being persecuted.
Well, good. I appreciate the sentiment because if you can persecute the former president of the United States, a Scotch Irish white boy, a billionaire, what the hell do you think's going to, not to you, hell, but just what the devil do you think's going to happen when it comes
Well,
to what happens to black people?
he's not going to jail, so we know that.
Well, they don't have anything they can put him in jail for. They might
But
convict him, but it's like I said with Bill Cosby years ago. when they first started it. I said, there's no way in hell they could get a conviction that will be sustained because the Fifth Amendment has already been too badly compromised here. There's no way anything they do from this point will stand. They're trying to make a point, and that's abuse of process, malicious prosecution, and somebody ought to be in jail for doing it. It's violative of the Constitution, clearly an error, and it's just an opportunity to try and use the system for the purposes that we have the Bill of Rights in existence for, which is to prevent it. And they just said, to hell with this fundamental aspect of American government, of American law. We're going to do it anyway because we have the power. And power needs to be put in check by the application of law. And that's the way I look at Trump. I might not even like him, but I can't help support him because of what's done. So what if he's a bad guy? You have a right to remain silent. Anything you say can and may be used in evidence against you. Stupid ass Fannie Willis didn't have sense enough to realize that, and she incriminated the hell out of herself. But Miranda, who those rights are named after and were articulated in the appellate treatment of his case, was not a nice guy. When I applied the law to make sure that the Bill of Rights stayed in force in the state of Tennessee, most of the time, the people that got benefit of that application were pretty bad guys, but forget who they were. The rights of the citizens being protected were more important. So irrespective of the nature of the individual, the rights got applied vigorously so that the citizens did not lose the exercise or the prerogatives contained in those rights because the state got in the habit of doing something bad because they could rationalize by saying the defendant was not a good individual.
Well, thank you, Judge.
That's what it's about.
Dana, I'm going to step down. Thank you.
Your point's good. I appreciate you asking. That's why it's about
Much respect.
The rights
much
of
respect,
all of the
Judge.
people
Thank
of
you
this
so much.
country. Okay, surely.
Thank you. All right, so we'll go to Michael, then Planton, and then who did, and I don't see MF Kush. All right, so go ahead, Michael.
Good evening, Dana. Good evening, Judge.
All right.
All right. Answer your question. As long as we do not fuck up the narrative that of us being permanent, we will. Second, if we look at people talk about,
I didn't hear what you said. What did you say? As long as we don't mess the narrative up of us being what was
of being the bottom class, then we will.
Okay. All right. Go ahead.
Like if we could, an example, if we go back to 2008 election with Obama being in office, we forget that with him going for the LGBT, he wasn't gung-ho with LGBT, gay lesbians being married in the beginning at all. It's the community that put their foot on his neck, and all the other people in Congress that are in place, and the judges that granted them that. We should have followed suit then. I don't buy into white supremacy because I don't think anybody is better than anybody else, nor would I ever look up to them to begin with. If you, by you being a frat man, you know that, I assume that you know that every secret that you held within your letters are in plain sight for everybody to see. It is our job to seek the secrets, hold it to us, study everyone else around us, read up, and take action accordingly. And that's my I land my plane there.
Okay.
Thank you, Michael. Plankton. Is he still up here? Or did he drop down? Okay, he dropped down. The company dropped down. Huda. I didn't write down the rest of your name. Who did? I'm sorry. Who did? I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Okay,
Who
thank
did?
you, Dana, host, and Mr. Judge Joe Brown. Hello to you. I can never forget all the enjoyment that I got from watching you, and I was pretty addicted to court shows and detective shows. But yeah, thank you for all the hard work that you do. We don't agree on everything. I've been listening for a while, and I can't say I agree with everything that came out of your mouth, but that's life. I still have much respect for you, and I also agree with Dana that I didn't care for a lot was said, but if you're an adult, you can put your emotions aside and analyze what was said. And when I listened to Dana talk about the canvassing, uh, I can only look in the mirror at myself and blame myself for not being educated as a voter. I was just so proud to be able to register to vote at 18, and then I had the brain cell to volunteer for Obama's campaign and John Kerry's, and that's when I got a inside look and realized that I was not educated. I was brain dead, and I had failed myself and my community, and that's a hard pill to swallow, but also there's a lot of other factors in play, but I have to identify what part do I need to claim responsibility for, while at the same time identifying what measures are in place to that I have to go up against. And the gentleman named Garden uh, hit it on the nail for me as a common sense person. It starts with knowing your numbers and doing that canvas and knowing your numbers. And then second, it starts with economics, land, property, assets. And number three, a network. And then if you're fortunate, like most folks are, they have a nation behind them. If you're really, really fortunate, you're gonna have a nation behind you. And I think we know what that means when I say nation. Most of these immigrants have a nation behind them. So let's not be blind to that, blind and deaf to that. But I'm gonna make it short. I'm gonna make it short and sweet because, like Dana said, well, the Negro community have a lot to unpack as far as these layers of corruption that Judge Joe Brown touched on. It's a lot of layers of corruption, but you don't have time to cry. You don't have time to shed any tears. You're just gonna have to step back and regroup. And like Gardner said, you need to step out of that arena until you get at least your top three things in place and then step back in it. Because every dime that you spend, every day that you in there at a disadvantage is money washing down the drain. Step back and regroup and save your money and then step back in there when you're in a strong position. And right now the Negroes are not in a strong position. Uh, the economics is not there and none of the three things that I ran off. But I'm more concerned with evaluating things from this point, going back over and looking back at what happened that went wrong in the past, but also starting from this point. And as far as us being at the bottom class, yes, we're gonna be at that bottom class until we regroup. And I'm not gonna spell it out because it just will be like suicide spelling out what we're working on. But you can be betting your bottom dollars. You can bet your bottom dollars that we're working behind the scenes to recover. And I could easily spell it out, but I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to give it away to the enemy or the opposition. Just know at this starting point we are today, and all the way up to the 5th of November, you're 4 years late. You're 4 years late. So just calculate that. You're 4 years late. The Latinos and the Mexicans have locked down the voting block. They can put anybody in office in most of these states. Do your research and tell me if I'm wrong. Joe Biden told you that. Don't take my word for it. Do your own research, and if you can find more than 15 states that the melanated and Negro community have more than 2%, I'm willing to bet your bottom dollars you're not going to find it. So you cannot play their game when they got 35 states in their corner, like Gardner said. You got to play a different game, and that different game is economics for Negroes, because everybody eat off the Negro and the melanated. They're going to come to you one way or the other because you the trendsetter. How you wear your hair, how you talk, how you walk, how you dress, how you perform. So you are the golden nugget. So that's what they got. That's what they got in store for them. Just stay tuned. Just stay tuned. It's coming. It's coming. Y'all can stay in that game, but the contract has already been made. The Caucasians and the Latinos are going to share power. They already showing you that with the police force and the military. So you can lie to yourself, but your best bet is to back out of there and regroup. Thank you, Dana and Judge Joe Brown.
Well, actually, hold on, because you're gonna be the last speaker. I want to end on that note, honey, because you was like, I'm gonna keep it short and sweet. No, I want you to keep talking because I really appreciate that what you were saying, because it's not about, like you said, like you may disagree. We all adults, yeah, we could disagree, but you cannot deny, you cannot deny how you cannot deny the science of politics, and you got to understand how to operate the political space. And like you said, like I was the same way when I turned 18. I was so excited to register to vote, but when you start volunteering, which is very important, volunteering on campaigns or organizations and canvassing, and you get to see behind that curtain, you do learn a lot. You get to see the corruption, you get to see the lies, the bullshit, you get to see how they raise money, who thinks what way, what's on the agenda. You get to see everything. And you worked on 2 presidential campaigns, so I know you've seen a lot. So I really appreciate
Thank you for that.
everything
I
that you
want to
just
thank you
said.
again when you said it may have hurt a lot of folks in the audience about being lazy about Canvas. Don't take it emotionally. Our kids
Yeah,
are
don't,
depending
right,
on us.
because
Let me get that out first,
yeah,
Dana. We are lazy. We are lazy. And once we say that to ourselves enough time, then we'll do better, and our kids won't have to suffer through what we have failed at. Thank you.
right, absolutely. And then too, I get it. If you work all day, you know what I'm saying? The last thing you want to do is go to a city council or a school board or whatever. I get it. You know what I'm saying? When you look at your everyday circumstance. But when you start going to these meetings, you're going to walk out of there pissed off, like, wait a minute, what the hell are these people doing? And I voted them in. They give money away. Because I'm born and raised in East Orange and North New Jersey. They give money away, and they're giving it away with all these different contracts, small businesses, small, medium, large businesses, to all these businesses that don't even live in Essex County, damn sure don't even live in the city of North or East Orange, where it's predominantly Black. But they give money away because these people go to these meetings and they ask for it. And it's a whole bunch of money just sitting there. So, and that's just one aspect to look at it. But I really appreciate everything you say. You're going to be the last speaker. And Judge, of course, you're going to close us out. But I just want to thank everybody that came up. Everybody on YouTube. YouTube is popping. This particular page, Judge Joe Brown YouTube channel, was demonetized, and that was my fault. But a couple of people did send me cash apps, and I just want to say thank you to them. Rachel is one of them, and the Negro Black is thank you so much. He sent me a cash app. Appreciate you. And everybody listening in this space, everybody listening on YouTube, I appreciate y'all staying here and listening. And I hope you walk away with something. And just because we was turning up on Saturday, that was fun. But outside of that, when we hold spaces, I think we just need to go deeper with the conversation and not just talk about the different issues and problems, but come up with solutions and network and link up with people. So that's it. Go ahead, Joe.
Oh, hey, just keep thinking. And by the way, don't let them get you propagandized into thinking that you can't. That's what they are trying to do. Get you to think that you can't. To get you to think of yourself as a victim, you have to adjust your mindset. You adjust your mindset, you can do. You have to have confidence in yourself. And you can't have confidence in yourself if you believe you are going to be a loser. And that's what they're trying to accomplish, to get you to believe a negative about yourself. And being a victim is a negative, a big, big negative. Think positive. That's what I'd say about it.
That's it. And then okay, do you want to speak to are Black people the permanent bottom class, or do you want to speak to the whole white supremacy versus Black
That's the
stupidity?
whole
Or
thing.
that's the summation?
That's
Oh,
the
okay.
summation.
Okay.
See, Black stupidity versus white supremacy. It's stupidity to think of yourself in a negative. Okay, are we a permanent bottom class? We don't have to be, but we shall be as long as we think of ourselves as negative. If you visualize yourself as being a victim, you will be, if only because your vision of self becomes a self fulfilling prophecy. So you have to think positive. In other words, you get in a ring to have a fight and you think you're going to lose, you'll lose. You have to have confidence when you step in the ring that you're going to win. Even if you don't, you'll put up a better fight. You go into a class thinking you're going to fail, you most likely will fail because you won't be trying as hard as you would otherwise. You go into a situation where it requires application and focus, and you think of yourself as a failure, as somebody who is a victim, you will be a victim.
All right, and we ended exactly on a 4 hour mark.
I know.
So we've been up here for 4 hours.
I'm looking.
All right.
1 minute
Great
shy.
space. Thank you, everybody. Yeah, 1 minute shy. All right, next week, Tuesday. So every Tuesday, Judge Joe Brown holds Twitter space. I just help facilitate it. Thank you, everybody. Have a wonderful week. And you could catch us Thursday on YouTube at The Real Dana. All right. Have a great week.